for it. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's game of Oversoul Oasis versus Coachless Tyranny. Tonight in the booth, you will be broadcasted by Say Sorry and Savonix. For Oversoul
Hello.
Oasis, we have in the top lane Zera, in the jungle Hex, in the mid lane Nyx Cat. In AD carry, we have Baborgamus. And filling out the roster in support is Electric. For Coachless Tyranny, we have in the top lane Raining Wolves. In the jungle, Rocky, hashtag Pichu. Mid lane, Meng Hao. 80 carry, bringing up the bot lane, we have Downfall. And for support, we have Romeo. And I know that's not all that you want here for tonight. You're looking for the MVP awards, what you want from all of the season, who was the best of the best in each lane. And I can tell you with certainty that I've been given the envelope for each lane. Tonight in the top lane, you have your MVP filling in. Here it's Raining Wolves, top lane MVP of the season. Missing out on tonight's finals, the jungle MVP of the season, Kappa Crusader. Bringing in the mid lane for MVP of the season is Meng Hao. And filling out the bot lane is Downfall in 80 carry and Zelectric as the overall support MVP. And of all the MVPs, the overall MVP of all MVPs is none other than the one person not showing up tonight, Kappa Crusader. Now, tonight is a final of the ages. Two titans, colossal teams fighting against each other in a best of 5. Winner takes it all. Loser goes home. Win all, be all, lose all, none all. I cannot hype up enough and express enough the importance and the gravitas of this game. The hubris of one team could lead to their downfall. The arrogance of another could lead to a reverse sweep. And all in all, we will find out tonight here on The Rift. This has been Moby White. Thank you so much.
Wow. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the exciting grand finals of Season 3 of the Merc Academy IBSG League. I am joined by Sorry, and we are already kicked off in the draft. Now, talk to me. What are you expecting these two teams to bring out in this grand final game?
Well, I would like to see probably the Jinx. I think we will probably see Gwen if it's not banned. And unfortunately, we don't have Kappa Crusader, who usually does really, really well in the jungle, but we have Hexes taking over, so I'll be interested to see. It looks like they might play an Ivern. I see that in their top champions. And we see the ban for the Aurelian coming out, and Urgot is I think our top laners. Training Wolves OTP, so it'll be interesting to see what these two teams can pull out.
Yep, I mean, it does. I mean, what was interesting in that introduction, beautiful introduction that we got earlier on, was there are so many MVP players in this game. I think there's one missing, but like across the board, should be some of the most talented players of this league. Seeing a B1 Braum. My experience, this isn't the most common thing. I actually think blinding Braum can be risky because there are some obvious counter picks, that being Rakan. Quite easy to avoid that shield. And you just kind of pop the quickness and get behind your opponents. Wanted to see if that Rakan will get paired with some of its classic synergy style pairings like the Xayah. There are other options outside of that, but we'll have to see. You know more about these players. What are we expecting to see being picked here from the AD carries?
Like I was alluding to, I think that Jinx is super strong right now. We do see that coming hovered out for red. I'm not sure for OVS what they might answer to that. Potentially maybe a Varus or Ashe.
Yeah, Varus is very, very common currently in the meta, so very solid. I think Jinx is one of those AD carries. I was having a conversation earlier with someone, like, it's just neutral, no matter what the meta is, you can pair it with anything. It's very reliable. I think the Senna, this champion recently did get buffed, a lot of addition to its crit. It's not the same sort of fasting Senna that we saw before. Yeah, it's very, very different. It's actually a farming Senna now. You want to be hitting the minions as opposed to what you did before. So,
and it's funny too, because like I think it's kind of hard to get good CS numbers, but it almost like you have to try your best, but also it just scales super, super hard if the game can go late. But it feels super weak early lane, I think.
Yeah.
But pair with the Braum, I think could be helpful. What do you think?
Exactly. I was literally going to say that. I think with the Brawl, so what Senna can do, you can auto Q, which procs 2 stacks on the concussive blows of Brawl, which, obviously, if you stack that up, get the stun off, it does so much damage, and you can follow that up with a root from the center. There's a lot of utility out of this AD carry, and so whilst you might lack on the forefront of upfront damage in the early game, you make up for it in so much sense of utility. And I like what is happening here in this draft. We're seeing the Jarvan as a response to the Jinx. Extremely difficult for Jinx to play into the Jarvan. If the flash is down, it's basically a dead Jinx. They want to pair this Jarvan now with something that can kind of follow up with the Death Ball.
What do you think? Maybe something like a Orianna? Maybe like a Galio?
Yeah, Orianna. Okay, I don't know if you have seen too much of this champion, but there are some league I cast in Europe, and Diana has started to appear, and she is with the new AP item changes, she is doing so much damage. And Jarvan paired with Diana here, it's not too common in competitive, but gosh, this Jinx's life would be hell if they picked that.
You know what we might see? We might see Kayle for Oasis. Last week when they played the Kayle, the Zera was hot on the Kayle. It was devastating for the other team. Because they are like a Gwen OTP, but I was very surprised. And I think that might be really good. It might be too much scaling, but look at that.
Oh, I love this. Just so people know, I am actually in a 0-1 trick myself. So know a lot about this champion, and I like this draft from Coachless Tyranny. Very easy to execute. Ease of execution is definitely there. You have your front line, you got your back line, you have a scaling win condition. I am slightly concerned with their early game, so I'm hoping that they pick a R5 bruiser so that they can kind of contest something in the top side during the early game. Veigar is going to be picked in response to the Azir.
I worry about fun. This Jinx.
Yeah.
Yes. Time.
Yes.
With the cage and Jarvan, what is it? The Cataclysm. Yep. There's a lot that could go wrong for Jinx. I mean, they do have the Azir damage, and they have like the tools potentially to protect her, but also very scary. Aurelia. Oh yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, this is a really tricky situation for the Jinx. Like, there's so much they can get on top of her. And to be honest, there's not too much peel from the draft of Coachless Tyranny, so I like what they're doing. Now it's over to R5. Yeah, I was thinking, you pick that earlier, you're going to be expecting something like a Malphite. I think Ornn would have been another option that you could have gone for. Yeah, just to stop that earlier from snowballing the lane now. What do you think about this Malphite? Because I'm a little concerned for this Senna against this Malphite.
I mean, I think Senna just gets blown up in one shot pretty much. Gonna need to build a lot of mobility and have very good vision. Otherwise, Senna is not gonna be able to do her job.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tricky. I mean, these two team compositions now completed. Do you have one that you are favoring over the other?
I think Oversoul has the tools to take out the Jinx, and I think that's the main threat for Coachless Tyranny. What do you think?
Okay, I mean, to be honest, there is a big lack of early game damage from Coachless Tyranny. I think if they can hit their power spikes, and obviously, I don't think Oversoul Oasis necessarily have too much early game either, but it's like these early game objectives will be a little bit tricky to contest, especially with the Jinx against a Jarvan. You got a Veigar, like this Veigar champion, by the way. My God, every time I watch it, it's just like I'm like, it won't kill him, and then he presses R, and then they die. So yeah, there's a lot more early game damage from Oversoul Oasis, and so I think if they can get their hands on those early dragons, stack some Drakes, then I think they will be in a great spot. So.
Yeah, I actually would say early game, I think Coachless Tyranny has the advantage and try to get Jinx strong. And then but I think late game, if it goes late, I think Oasis has the Senna stacking, the Vigar stacking. Aurelia
Yeah.
becomes a late game menace as well.
I
It's
mean,
going to come down to, I think what really comes down to is the positioning of like the carries. I mean, Malphite could come in and ruin Oversoul's day by taking out Senna, by taking out Vigar.
yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
So-
completely right. Like, don't get me wrong, the Xin Zhao does have fantastic early game damage. I'm just thinking more so the combination of champions from Oversoul Oasis together works a little bit better than what Coachless Tyranny have, because, like I said, Braum can proc that passive.
Yeah.
Jarvan can proc it extremely powerfully, right? Let's say all that initial burst damage comes down. They have the sustain from the Senna. There's a lot of CC as well to follow that. Can be a little bit tricky. I do think, though, it's all about positioning. If the Senna is able to position correctly, then I think Oversoul Oasis win the 3v3s in bot lane. But that is a big if. It's very difficult. If you're like an inch too far forward, then the Xin Zhao can hit the Wind Becomes Lightning, jump on top of you, knock up into dead because Rakan will follow up. So it's it's very conditional based on who's going to win.
And here's the thing too, with like a Jinx, it's, you know, it could look horribly for Social Tyranny, but you get those resets, and I mean that could just be game breaking too. So I mean I think it's a very like a wild card. You know, just, you know, if they're able to blow the Senna up, and then get excited with the Jinx, it really could turn very quickly. But I think if Jinx gets blown up or isn't able to get into the fights, either she's going to be useless by the end of the fight and just not able to do anything, and just, you know, be picking up the pieces of like, oh, I'll take whatever I can, get farm, whatever, or she could just become an absolute monster. So
yeah,
that's kind of the way I'm seeing the fights going. Yep,
that is very true. And I think whilst we haven't touched too much on the mid lane matchup, but I know at face value this is pretty much just two scaling champions just farming minions, but there is a really interesting sort of dynamic here in the sense that level 6, if this Azir can consistently Shurima shuffle, this Veigar should be in a lot of trouble if the Xin Zhao and the Rakan look to play on those mid waves. It's very easy to just get that initial flash out with the first one, wait for the second rotation of your Empress Divide, and then you can go for that same play again. The Veigar should be dead. Azir is a lot more mobile than Veigar, and so in that sense, you can also look to make plays on the mid lane. But sorry, I want to ask you a question. So I don't know too much about these two teams. Talk to me about both these rosters' journey to get to the grand finals.
Well, I mean, I just want to take a look at you know, their how they've done over the weeks. I know both these teams have just had like super strong, you know, up 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It looks like they've just pretty much completely dominated. I don't know. I don't think this is. I don't think they've even played at all yet against each other. So, but watching over these weeks, it's been a joy seeing some of these players, and just like Wolves in top lane looking really strong on the Urgot. You know, like I was saying, Zera. I was really surprised to see the Kale. So just I think the evolution of the players and seeing them really just evolve and coming to this point is really exciting, and should make for a pretty fantastic game here. Unfortunately, I would have loved to see Kappa, because he's just been so clutch in the jungle for Oversoul. But I think Hex has the ability to fill in the shoes. They've played ADC, they've played mid, so just a very flexible player who is willing to pick up the pieces and do whatever it takes to get his or her team, their team, a win. So I can't wait to see it, and we'll see going into game one, you know, maybe some favorites to look out for
Yeah, I'm super excited. My first time casting this particular league. Now, in my experience casting loads of different leagues, I always feel like each league has its own identity. There's one league called the SLE. It's basically no macro, just people clicking buttons permanently. There's a league called Valence League where like everyone's like a vegan, everyone's just scared to fight at some point. There will be 50 kills on the board. So what's like the identity of ISBG or IBSG?
Well, let me really quick. I'll get right into that. There is a poll right now out for all the viewers. It would be interesting to see, based off draft or like the past weeks, who do you think will win this first game? So get your votes in. And it's really interesting to get back to your point. Honestly, I've been really surprised at how well these teams have been playing from their CS to their macro plays. I mean, like the main thing you're going to see is just some minor issues of like recall timings, maybe some slight hesitation of whether or not to go to an objective or not. But honestly, they're playing some pretty textbook League of Legends from what I can see. So for gold, there's some platinum players. I think they're playing some pretty good League.
Yeah, definitely think so. I mean, competitive play is a very different story to solo queue, right? So even if their elos or their ranks will say a certain thing, their play might be elevated when it comes to the 5v5 competitive play. But as you know, I believe we're still waiting for the spectator delay. So far, since you've casted this league, do you have like a favorite player out of this group that we're watching right now?
Yeah, I would say I really personally liked watching and casting for Oversoul. I've casted more, I think, more of their games than Coachless Tyranny. My favorite guy was definitely Kappa. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but I think the rest of their team's pretty bonkers. But also, from what I've seen of Coachless Tyranny, they're also just as good. So I would just cap off saying Oasis is just an inch more of my favorite, just because I've seen them play a little bit more. But if I look at some of the players, I mean, Borgamus is new to me as ADC. I believe it was Hex last week on ADC. So I'm excited to see what they can pull out tonight for sure. I think that's kind of a wild card. Maybe a sub coming in, and I mean, for a grand finale, I mean, they might be able to just, who knows, get that energy and be pumped up and really put a showing in. I'm an ADC main myself. I'm like a Jinx one trick. So
nice.
Yeah.
Hey, that means you got those fundamentals down, but we are indeed ready. We are loaded onto the Rift for game one of this excited series. Right, talk to me. How is this early game going to play out?
Well, it looks like they're just gonna do some standard 5-point action. I'm surprised. They could have looked for some type of cheeky play, maybe with the Braum, but again, Senna's kind of a weaker early game, so maybe not. But I would like to see. I think we're going to see Xin Zhao trying to gank this bot lane, trying to get his Jinx ahead. That's what I would like to see.
Yep.
And same thing. I mean, Jarvan, same thing. Come down and make a play on the Jinx. I mean, I think he could play either to top or to bot or mid. I think there's a lot. You have a lot of potential carries, especially on Oversoul side. For Coach's Tyranny, I think you either want to try play towards mid or this Jinx for sure.
Yeah, great level 1 also from both sides, getting some early vision onto both Raptor camps. You see the bot lane of Coachless Tyranny got a ward onto Jarvan's Raptor camp, and it would happen on the other side as well. It's going to be quite a slow early game, if I'm not mistaken. Rune choices also seem pretty solid. There's nothing crazy happening, but interesting obviously, early trades in level 1. I didn't expect this to happen, but I'm seeing Meng Hao is already half HP. Is that what you expected to be happening here?
Honestly, yeah, I mean, it just depends really. Sometimes you'll see a lot of heavy trading and like early TPs back, while the teams get settled into the game. So I think maybe this could just be a little, pre-game spiciness, just because we're in like a grand finale situation. Players want to, maybe they want to be a little extra aggressive, see what they can, maybe see what they can get away with in these lanes early. Looks like Baea is, and this is Zera, trading back with Raining Wolves, like evening up this trade, but very low for Aurelia here.
Yeah, it's a really tricky matchup. As you can see, even if you get that... actually, I'm going to stop my point because they're looking for a fight here towards the bottom side. Romeo going to dodge away from the concussive blows, but the root is going to land onto Downfall, so controlling the bottom side secured already. They don't have a CS lead, but they are getting prio early doors. Didn't expect to see that from the center Braum into the Jinx recovery.
Oh. We do have Xin Zhao clearing his blue. He might skip his Gromp and come straight down. I would be interested to see maybe if that would happen. Looks like it could be a good gank opportunity. But Downfall is just clearing these minions and not letting it push into them. And they're taking a lot of poke damage, trying to poke out.
It's a lot of damage down onto Downfall. And as you said, Rocky making his way over, spotted out on that ward. So now this should just be a kill. Nice Q tag onto that Xin Zhao, so it stops him in his tracks. And this is going to halt the clear of Rocky quite significantly. You can see he still hasn't done that Gromp yet, and so it's Hex that has the slight advantage on his tempo.
Right. I see. There's just like little minor things like this. I think if you're Jinx, you could be telling, "Hey, Xin Zhao, come down," and that's when you stop hitting the minions. Let the Braum, let the Senna push deeper in. But maybe they were trying to, antagonize them into play. And now we're gonna see Downfall really low here. Isn't going to get stunned up, but is forced to take it back, it looks like.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's really scary for Coachless Tyranny. I think all three entities of the bottom side are going to suffer for this. Firstly, Rocky behind on his clear. You can see Hex is already starting this second phase of his jungle clear. The bot lane, they are slightly ahead in CS, which is great for them, but getting pressured out in the lane, forced to reset, not on their own accord, kind of just like a temporary reset in response to the pressure of the bot lane of Oversoul Oasis. So it's early doors, great control in the bottom side for blue team.
Oh yeah, 100%. And like you said, that's really unexpected. I did not expect that. Maybe just on the bad end of some trades there, underestimating, the Braum damage, took too many Braum Qs. And then a little bit of a poor, wave management there for Downfall, I think. But they're able to start this dragon, and it looks like they're gonna get the dragon probably pretty uncontested here. We do have Braum hovering, and it looks like Jarvan's also there, but they have the numbers right now.
Yeah, this was really good by Coachless Tyranny. As you saw what they did, they kind of just pushed in that bot wave. So Orgamus had to respond to that stacked wave underneath the turret, otherwise you just lose too much, can't really contest for that objective. Secure that prior, get that objective. Pretty much impossible to contest for Oversoul Oasis. They get the objective for basically free. Now, what's interesting is, do you think these two teams will move the supports up for the Grubs?
I 100% think they will. Yes. Yeah. I think they should as well. I think that's the move.
Yeah, probably. Grubs are super good for Oversoul Oasis because you got an Aurelia on the side lane. If you can get those three Grubs, it's going to cause a lot of side lane pressure. Malphite, champion, it can answer the Aurelia, but you do want to be in team fights. You want to team fight as much as possible, which can open side waves. So I think it's within both teams' interest to contest that objective.
Yeah, I think that's really along the meta. See, with the dragon, and the grub timer only have one grub starting at 8 minutes. I mean, it really you can contest both.
Yeah, Flag and Drag coming down in the top lane. This could be first blood. 2-man unstoppable force from Raining Wolves, and Rocky arrives into the scene to secure himself first blood. finally, Coachless Tyranny break the deadlock and get themselves the first kill of the game. The bot side route down onto Romeo as he has to abandon his AD carry. Downfall still has those both summoner spells and still alive, but in the top side, bot skank for Oversoul Oasis.
Really nice for Xin Zhao to be able to pick up that kill. Down bot lane, a lot of damage coming down onto both Romeo and Downfall, just not enough to secure the kills. But they're in a tight spot with all of their minions underneath this turret, and they're just gonna have to pick up what they can. Just getting on the wrong side of a lot of these trades, unfortunately, for Coachless Tyranny. Might want to pick up a refillable or something to help sustain. And just try to be, a little bit more mindful of these Braum Qs, right? Stops the back. Honestly, Downfall can't really even leave anyway. Just gonna lose a lot. Gonna need a bailout here from either mid or jungle, I think.
Yeah, and Romeo is not headed back to that bot lane, so
No,
Downfall is stuck here in a pretty rough situation. I mean, they haven't stacked a big enough wave for the dive, but I'm nervous for this Jinx. I think Grub's being prioritized here for Coachless Tyranny on the top side of the map, and without priority in many of the lanes, they aren't going for that. I'm surprised that Hex isn't running towards bot lane here to go for the dive as a repeat gank on the top side seems to be happening. Great stun from this Aurelia, but it's not going to do enough. I think, though, however, no follow-up damage. I think Unstoppable Force was down. Downfall to just abandon another wave, being chased out by Zelectric. You have to feel for this Jinx.
Yeah. Able to pick up the Jinx with Senna piercing darkness. Am I correct?
Shorting shadows.
Okay, yeah. My bad on that. But just hung around a little too long. I mean, at that point, you might as well just leave if you can, and just eat the loss. You are enabling. You are enabling Rakan to be there to help secure the Void Grub, so that is a plus, but definitely don't want to give away a kill to Senna.
No, and, of course, Downfall is definitely... Probably should have played that a little bit safer and just dropped one wave just so that you're not dropping a kill. At the same time, I feel like at some point during this attempt for the Grubs, especially when you push that Aurelia out of the laning phase, I feel like Romeo could have just gone, right, this is definitely secured now. I need to get back to the bottom lane, as actually our 2v2 is breaking out on the bottom side. Rakan only level 5 to the level 6 and level 7 of Oversoul Oasis' bot lane. Tag onto Romeo. The stun probably going to land, followed up with the Senna route as well. Downfall has that lethal tempo stacked, but the W from Romeo gets interrupted. And bear in mind, these guys just came back to lane. Oversoul Oasis yet to reset. They're already equal on HP. Mega Death Rocket. Yeah, it did go wide, and we're seeing a
really nice here,
from Menghao. Nice little route there. Some CC coming down, but Borgamus almost finished off. Going to get the reset on the Jinx as well as Electric on that shield just in time. It's only going to be one kill, but a needed kill at that.
I mean, yeah, this Jinx just needs enough gold to get to that, the Yuntao, the BF Sword, Power Spike. Really awkward to build in lane, so I understand, especially with how much pressure the Jinx was facing. Alone down there, had their back stopped, and I mean, it's just kind of gone all wrong. So that was really nice to be able to have the Azir come down and help pick up that kill.
Yeah, really well done by Menghao. I feel like the Empress Divide definitely could have covered a bit more distance, was maybe had the chance to get both the kills, but I think, yeah, good roam down. Only thing, though, is, as you can see in the mid lane CS, it did mean he lost time on some waves. So he's now 10 CS down into the Vega, and it might not seem like a lot, but when you take into account these are both late game scaling champions, falling behind 10 CS at the 10-minute mark could mean it could grow accumulatively over time, and it could get very, very bad.
Right. Yeah. So it's we'll just have to see how these players can play it out. We're getting another trade down here, but it's like you're putting a little band-aid You're trying to stem the bleeding, and it did work out for them in that situation. I mean, I'll take the kill on the Jinx minus the 10 CS, but again, it is little wins that can make a victory too. So.
Yeah, speaking of little wins, they might be jumping onto Zelectric here. Hex over the wall. Great Glacial Fissure coming out from the Braum. Cataclysm locking down the Xin Zhao. Teleport being channeled in from the Aurelia as well. Gonna miss out on some waves on the top side. Really nice from Coachless Tyranny to just back off. They don't have to give any kills over. Yes, you lose the objective, but look at the plates in the top lane. This Aurelia is gonna miss so much here after teleporting into this bot fight to just get nothing.
Yeah, see, that was... that is so rough. Maybe pulled the trigger too fast on the teleport, or a little too late on the teleport. But you're giving a lot of gold to Malphite whenever the play is already over. So.
Oh my god, 4 plates.
Right. So a little preemptive teleport play. I mean, it's I guess in some aspect, it's good to be there if something happens. But again. Aurelia making a play.
Yeah, feeling confident to go for the 1v1. Good amount of chunk damage, forcing the flash out of Raining Wolves. And so, well, not the worst case. But yeah, you lost 4 plates to a Malphite. I mean, Malphite's a tank, so gold isn't the worst to give to the Malphite, but not great, to be honest.
I think they could have also made a play on the Aurelia. You had Xin Zhao up there, and he opted to decide to go back to his grubs, but knowing that Aurelia had used their ultimate and there was nothing left on the turret, they could have probably popped the turret. But there is Jarvan hovering as well, so kind of the safe play just to back out.
Yes. One thing I want to talk about, this is not something I have ever seen. The Essence Reaver on the Senna. I'm gonna have to stop myself because Romeo jumps forward. I think this is just a trade, but yeah, I think with the current state of Senna, I often see Static Shiv into Black Cleaver. I have never seen Essence Reaver on Senna.
Yeah, I think that was one of the builds that was kind of being tested out, but it's not preferable from what I agree. I think you want to see Static Shiv, and then you look into Black Cleaver because just Static Shiv just for that early wave clear, super helpful, and then Black Cleaver's basically just broken on Senna. I don't think it's horrible, but I think it's just gonna make the CSing and clearing of the waves much more difficult.
Yep. And the top side, Raining Wolves secures the first time. We're seeing Hex maybe move down over for a dive. The flash still off cooldown. Flash forward from the Braum. Glacial Fissure underneath that turret. Down goes Downfall, as I think Romeo also probably going to succumb to his enemies. Hex just walking past that turret. Doesn't mind tanking up a bunch of damage. Let's see if the Primordial Burst will come through. Actually doesn't need to, as they get feats of warfare. 3 kills down on the bot side. Really nice dive.
All 3 kills over to this Senna too. This Senna is going to be absolutely massive off this base. Able to get the turret, a lot of gold locally for Braum and Senna there. Yeah, really nice dive execution there.
Yeah, impeccable. And I was actually just about to say, I really want Hex to start being a little bit more active on the map. And just as I was thinking it, he just goes for that bot dive. And so, yeah, I really respect that. Great advantage here in the bot lane. 3-1 on the Senna. And as we said, this is not what we expected from the bottom side of both these teams.
No, not at all. I expected almost the complete opposite. So it's really interesting to see it happen live like this. Viella getting really dangerously low here. This Malphite's bullying.
Whoa.
But
okay. Yep. Borgama's having to
comment.
use the flash. Oh, actually got tagged by the wind becomes lightning. Rocky feeling confident, but actually just backs off. I feel like he could have gone for that. Meng Hao now ascending that turret in the mid lane, having to use the Emperor's Divide, get blocked out. Didn't push anyone back. Big flash forward by Next Cat to finish off the kill with a Primordial Burst. Cage in 3 people stunned underneath the Azir turret, but Meng Hao with that passive secures the kill into the Vega. Hex now gonna go down. Downfall gets the reset. Lethal Tempo stacked. In comes the Malphite coming in soon. Oh, they're gonna go for the tower dive. Unstoppable Force active and available to be used. Oh my
wow,
god, super mega death
kill.
rocket picks up a triple kill as well underneath the turret, as out of nowhere, Coachless Tyranny get themselves ahead in this game.
That was absolutely massive play. I think, you know, having the combination of the Azir turret there, Malphite roaming down at the correct time, just really big play. Gets Jinx accelerated beyond the Senna in an instant there, and a huge gold swing. I don't even know how much. I think it was probably a 2 or 3K gold swing right there. Just absolutely massive.
Yeah, insane little play there, and I respect that from Nyx Cat flashing on over the wall to secure a kill, but there wasn't a Azir turret there. That, you know, fighting underneath that turret was right. Such a risk for Oversoul Oasis, and they've thrown a pretty substantial lead as a result of it.
I mean, these players are really good. You know, as you were saying, the Vygar roam to get the bottom turret, and then the Malphite roam. I mean, they're doing these excellent roams to get these number advantages. Oh,
hang on. Getting a stun here down onto Raining Walls. The fight is breaking out massively. Hex does get the Cataclysm onto the Jinx, but the fight already in favor of Coachless Tyranny, because they have picked up the first kill of the fight, and the Jinx is just activated, resets, going absolutely ballistic. Great stun there from the Veigar. The Emperor's Divide didn't scoop back anyone. Great spacing here by these two carries, but Raining Wolves is a heck of a rock and is just buying so much space. Rift Herald going to get channeled as well. I think the Jinx is driving it all the way down into the bottom side. Cage doesn't tag the Malphite, and now Nyx Cat in the face of Rocky. Still, these carries are doing so much damage. They're yet to hit their full power. Meng Hao and Rocky, and I think realizing we are way too low to be fighting this dragon right now. Nyx Cat looking to chase these members out of the jungle. Just Rocky with the stun on the Cage, and way too deep though. Does pick up the shutdown for Borgamus. I think Meng Hao is going to claim 1 kill. Raining Wolves gets the other. A bit of an overplay from the carries of Oversoul Oasis. I think you just have to take and accept the defeat of the fight, push out some waves, and not go for that.
They succeeded in pushing them off the dragon, but they greeted for the kill and overstayed their welcome. However, they did manage to get Xin Zhao, so they're not going to be able to start it back up again.
Yeah, the fighting just continues. It keeps going on. Seeing a teleport from Raining Wolves, and Aurelia is here as well. Now, I want to say from Viela's point of view, I feel like trying to match. Yeah, exactly. Trying to match this Malphite in team fights, definitely not the best advice I would give to any Aurelia in this situation. It's kind of just want to sit yourself in a sideline and push out some turrets.
Yeah, it's second dragon for either team. I think a lot of gold could be had for both teams to push out these waves. Look on turrets. I mean, they are putting a lot of importance on dragon, which is good, but there's just been a lot of fighting recently, and neither team really has the tools, I think, to get away with a clear victory. So if I was Oversoul, I think I'd just be giving dragon here.
Yep, I mean, they give it anyway. It is secured by Coachless Tyranny. I like what they're doing here, but I think it's just a little bit too late trying to get this mid lane turret. Now Collapse is starting. Glacial Fissure forces the flash out of Downfall. Massive Empress Divide, shoving 2 members underneath their turret, and Borgamus is now going to succumb to his enemies. It's going to be another kill picked up by Coachless Tyranny in the hands of Rocky. Electric chased out over the opposite jungle. Nothing to be picked up here. A flash over the wall is going to send him to safety, but I think Rocky and Romeo are going to chase him out. They definitely want to get the head of the Braum. Going to have to settle with the blue buff, but again, it's an overplay. They extend in the mid lane turret, and they kind of just give 3 kills over.
I am shocked that they extended that far. I mean, they had vision. They knew they were on the dragon.
Big knock-up. That's a Cataclysm onto Downfall, but the unstoppable force from the Malphite comes in to save the day. Coachless Tyranny, their coordination as a roster looks so on point in these grand finals. They're going to be able to try and push through this mid lane wave. The Grubs spawning, but Borgamus and Electric want something to say about that, but the numbers advantage in favor of Coachless Tyranny. Meng Hao using that shifting sands to jump forward, and now they're being kited back to that bottom turret. A shot down coming in from Nixcat as he teleports behind and gets the flank successfully. That's 1 kill. Can he get anything else? Romeo using that W to get away to safety. Rocky and Meng Hao feeling confident to play this one out, summons the turret. I think the jungler of Coachless Tyranny is going to be left as a sacrifice, but Borgamus picks up his 5th kill of the game.
I mean, it's just funny because it's back and forth overstays for both teams.
Oh my god. There's more fighting. It's just not stopping. Viella's here now, teleporting into some sort of fight, but I think this is just 2 top laners trying to be involved.
Right. It's kind of the same thing as the Aurelia teleporting in at the last second, just looking awkward like, hey, I'm here, guys. Kind of the same thing happens again. As a 5, they are here to secure the Otacon. Off the
I mean, I'll be
play.
surprised if this goes over for free. Articon secured by Oversoul Oasis, but the Unstoppable Force right onto Nixcat is going to be the focus here. Not quite finished off as the Dawning Shadow keeps that Veigar alive. Meng Hao possibly looking for a shuffle, but got rooted by the Senna. It's just going to use those soldiers over the wall, pick up the kill onto the Veigar.
Wow. Pretty good ability to get out of there for Oasis. Not going to lose too much off of the... I mean, they got a lot for the Otacon. Waves are being pushed back in. Kind of a perfect opportunity here to to push these waves out and reestablish control. Looking for potentially Vision to look for a Baron or some kind of pick. Clear Vision as well. There's a lot of... I'm seeing a lot of Coachless Tyranny Vision all throughout the bottom jungle. Red isn't up right now, so that's not too concerning. But yeah, push out waves and establish vision.
Yeah, it's really tricky right now for Oversoul Oasis because you have the Azir 6-1. The Jinx isn't even that fed yet. Still waiting for that 3rd item. Meng Hao is working towards the 2.5 item spike on the Azir. It's infamous. It's historic. It's well known as his strong point, and so that is a scary.
Build.
Yeah,
I Black Cleaver.
Yeah, it's unique.
They're cooking.
We'll see. Okay, a 1v1 happening here. This Aurelia story of the game. Viella has just been struggling all throughout this game 1, and it's another solo death in the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really definitely struggling. Nixcat here bullying Malphite.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, Raining Wolf doesn't have any magic resist as a fight breaks out in the top side of the jungle. It's a 3v3, but one that seems to be in favor of Oversoul Oasis because Romeo has to defensively W away. Nice Super Mega Death Rocket onto the Jarvan. Health bars seem to be ticking. The Senna doing so much work to keep their members alive. Overall, no casualties. Everyone just backs off. No one died on bot side either.
Yeah. Now they're all valuing their lives. In the direct confrontation, but these teams just showed us that they once they take something, they really are trying to push their lead and are overextending. So I'm wondering if that could be an indicator of potentially what happens maybe off of a Baron or this next dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a close fight as Electric is going to find a catch onto Raining Wolves here. Should be okay. It's a very tanky Malphite. Hex getting caught out here towards the bottom side. Romeo doesn't have the quickness just yet, waiting for that window as this very intense dragon fight is coming up soon. Who's going to take it?
Well, I mean, you do have Aurelia. Doesn't look like they have teleport up. Looks like Oversoul is saying no. They're gonna potentially look at Baron here. Maybe tease the Baron. Look at tier 1 top.
Yeah, I think they're just shadowing Viella here on the split push, and I like the idea to not contest, but they need to make sure they get something in return of giving over that dragon. Coachless Tyranny looking like they want to contest space here in the top side. They're not looking for a fight, but they could be going for a collapse onto Viella. Still has a long way to run. Raining Wolves gonna run in that bush, gonna spot out where that Aurelia is, does get stunned up and has some backup to help him play this fight out. Flash forced out of Raining Wolves, and Hex and Rocky looking to brawl in the river. Just a simple EQ over the wall should get him to safety. Teleport got used by Meng Hao, so I mean, not bad. For once, we're seeing some restraint from Oversoul Oasis. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep going because Rocky pops the Crescent Guard, so that important ultimate is down. Flash from the Malphite, TP from the Azir, ult from the Xin Zhao. Not a bad series of play from Oversoul Oasis.
I was just catching up with chat. Looks like they want to get a soul check on this Senna if production could get us those numbers while we have a slight lull here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really important, right? The soul stacking on this Senna. Past 100,
98.
okay, 98. Past 100 souls is where Senna really becomes scary. You're like an artillery turret, just standing in Narnia, auto-attacking anyone you want. So, Freshco's got the rapid fire cannon as well.
I think Baborgamus must have the stream on because they pinged it in the chat. Again, we are 3 minutes behind, so I don't know. That just could be coincidental. But 98 souls, right? So they get 2 more souls, and they have what 50% added crit. They have an additional 75% crit, so they have 25% of that crit chance converted into lifesteal.
Good maths. That was sick. All right, well, it's Electric getting caught out, clearing some wards, but yeah, nice cage. Nice cage from Nick's Cat there. Honestly, I have to commend Oversoul Oasis because every time they are trying to place some sort of vision on the map, they don't just go by themselves and they actually send some backup, which is great. Seeing a Baron started up here by Coachless Tyranny. They have a lot of objective damage with the Azir Jinx, and it's being chunked down, but they're going for the fight. Great Empress Divide onto Nick's Cat, but the flash used defensively. The Crescent Guard activated by Rocky, so doesn't tank up enough damage. Cataclysm locks in 3, but unfortunately also locks in his Veigar into his own doom. There's a jump here. Great use of the Aurelia ultimate from Viella, but unfortunately I don't think he is anywhere near a position where he can 1v4 like that in the enemy backline. Gets finished off by Coachless Tyranny. Electric and the Baborgamus will be able to potentially walk away as Meng Hao and Raining Wolves are looking to chase them out into the jungle here, as I think at some point they will back off and accept that we have won this fight and they can even threaten this next Baron more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, you had blinking health bars on the Xin Zhao. They're coming back looking for Meng Hao. They aren't able to catch him out.
Oh my god, look at that range.
Right. Huge range. Not a lot of damage onto Malphite. He's so tanky, but I think they might be able to get him here.
May cancel the auto attack, so doesn't quite get enough there. Rocky over the wall. Meng Hao tagged. Beautiful teleport from Nick's Cat. That's a shutdown double kill for Baborgamus. 2 shutdowns picked up for the center as Rocky is now running towards the opposite end of his team. Triple kill for Baborgamus as the center becomes alive past 100 souls, and you're starting to see the insurmountable onslaught that this scaling is doing to the side of Coachless Tyranny.
Right. I mean, and this is also the power too of Essence Reaver. Senna's just able to use all their abilities over and over again, doesn't have to worry, has infinite sustain as well. So, Downfall able to pick up Electric with the Super Mega Death Rocket. However, blue team does secure Baron there. So a little bit of a present there for Jinx, but a much bigger win there. Nick's Cat with the teleport, super clutch, and it was very similar to whenever Coach's Tyranny was knocking on mid inhibitor earlier. Nick's Cat just able to get those clutch flank teleports on the Veigar, able to turn these fights, these dire situations into, pretty even trades, if not winning trades.
Yeah, we're seeing Viela getting caught out in the mid lane. This is a Baron that you take away from Oversoul Oasis, and so nice little kill picked up by the Rakan. You'd be able to just head over to that dragon. They did use some tools. Emperor's Divide is not available for Meng Hao if this fight is going to be played out by Oversoul Oasis, so I want to keep that in mind.
I think they try to jump in and steal here. I don't think they can fight.
No, I think Hex needs to be the hero of the hour. The Malphite's going to do what he can, but Borgama steps way too far forward as Downfall gets that kill and gets the reset. Super Mega Death Rocket followed up with the damage of Meng Hao on top of Nyx Cat. Dragon secured as well, and Coachless Tyranny, despite that small hiccup at the Baron, they find themselves again securing a game-winning position after picking up 4 kills in that Dragon fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame to lose those Baron buffs. Just playing a little too far forward. I think right there I think that's a comms issue. I think you just say, hey, look, I'm gonna jump over the wall, look for the steal. If not, you guys push out and take advantage of the Baron buff while we can. But I mean, that's like a game losing throw, I think, right there.
Yeah, and dare I say, is this soul that much of a threat for Oversoul Oasis? I don't think it is, personally.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I would say any Dragon Soul is not worth a wipe. Yeah, so.
Well, because they had Baron, right? And I'm thinking, like, why don't you just give the soul and, like, push the inhib or something? Like,
yeah, I mean, it sucks, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean,
again,
nonetheless, oh, hang on a minute. Downfall very out of position here. Meng Hao also cancel the recall. That is so much damage from the center and the range as well. Glacial Fissure tags onto 2. We'll see if they can successfully chase anyone out. Hex charging forward, looking for that lockdown with the Cataclysm. Meng Hao has been tagged. The attack range from the center is superseding anything in this world. Hex gets pushed away by the Emperor's Divide as the fight just extends further, deeper into the base of Coachless Tyranny. Somehow, it was only the Jinx that died. Nyx Cat getting 1v1'd here by Raining Wolves. TP'd out to safety. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Respect. As they are getting a bot lane tier 2 turret off the back of this play. Like, I'm so impressed with Oversoul Oasis and I guess their tenacity to stay in this game.
It's just funny to see this back and forth, and we have a pause coming through. Support is hitting 3k ping. It's just so funny because you think one of these teams is pulling away, and then all of a sudden, the other one's just shooting back and pushing the other. Like, it's just a really push and pull battle, which is good. I mean, this is what you would expect out of the 2 top teams coming in the grand finale. Neither team really is laying down and dying. They're coming back with springs in their shoes and fighting to the bitter end, I think. And this game, I mean, it looks like Coachless Tyranny is pretty decently ahead, has Dragon Soul, but really it's a 15k gold lead, and you're playing into a stacking Senna, who is eventually going to be stronger than Jinx. If we get that far, we probably won't get that far, but and now the stream is frozen from my
I think this is a spectator bug. Usually when a pause comes out. Yeah, the
perfect.
Right games. They haven't fixed their client in God knows how long.
Right, and there's been a couple times where that's happened, and we've had to restart client and lose some time. So thankfully, it was just a little freeze and back in it.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Onto your point about how Senna will, at some point, just outscale the Jinx because infinite scaling. Another champion on their draft is this Veigar. Again, infinite scaling. Yeah. So I think Coachless Tyranny, great job getting to where you have gotten to so far, but you can't take too long to close this game out.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and every single time, Nyx Cat has kind of teleported behind and taken out Jinx, taken out priority targets. Something big's happening here.
Yeah, we're seeing a fight in the jungle. Nothing, to be honest, because it was just a use of the Rakan ultimate, not anything to be found. Electric has left the game once again, and we are headed into another pause.
Interesting. Raining Wolves not taking damage from Nyx Cat. I just see the W come down and doesn't even get through the shield. So I mean that is plated the plated steel caps, I think, providing the shield. Is Kanik Rookern. And then as
Rooken, yeah.
well, yeah. And then they also
It's a lot
have
of
the damage
shields.
reduction. Yeah.
I mean, okay, I have a question. Obviously, VL has not had the best game in the world. Is there anything this Aurelia can do to get into the game? Because I'm still yet to see too much from this Aurelia.
I believe there was one fight where they looked pretty impactful. But I think really you want to be looking to knock down tier 2 top, right? I mean, I think that's a lot of gold to yourself. Aurelia can split push really, really well. But they're putting a lot of priority on walking into these like objective fights. But Coach Tyranny's doing a really good job of having that space and like push them away. You know what I mean? And it looks like they do better when they're like Senna is chasing after. The Vigar is like flanking, so there is that push and pull like where they do have the opportunity to pick off some of the champions, and they have really good sustained damage, but the burst damage of the Malphite and the Azir is I think a lot more in a way.
Yeah, it's been such a fantastic game to watch. I've been really impressed with both sides. I didn't really have too much, I guess, expectations coming into it.
Okay.
Mainly just because I didn't know too much about the players, but they have impressed me. Like, first of all, the way Coachless Tyranny have Team Fort has been amazing to watch. Definitely also think the fact that Oversoul Oasis are still in this game, and the fact that they are so far behind on kills, they are behind on turrets, they are behind on dragons, but the gold lead is so small when you take all of that into account. Yeah,
really.
It's irrelevant. So, like, that is unbelievable to see in a game like this. And I honestly, I couldn't call it, because two sides of the coin here. You have infinite scaling on this Senna Vega. As we have seen, if they position well, they are untouchable.
Yeah.
Then when Meng Hao gets that Empress Divide, that Shurima Shuffle onto the right targets, it is lethal. It is game winning. So
yeah,
kind of just who does it right? Who does it right?
Yeah, I think you're right 100% with like the positioning, because I think that we've seen Emperor's Divide has really been the bane of like Nyx Cats, has been the bane to Hexes, has been the bane to Aurelia. It's just been kind of a game breaker for Coachless Tyranny. If they can bait that ability out, you know what I mean?
Oh no, we get that
The
spectator bug as Zelectric is checking that tri-push there. Wonder if he's going to be able to get away. I mean, he's attacking Braum, but there's a lot of people starting to collapse here. I'm seeing the center here as well, and hopefully we get this playing very soon, as I'm excited to see how this happens. Flash away, Glacial Fissure onto it too. It's going to be followed up with Rocky. The camera's going to pan it down here. Teleport coming in from Raining Wolves as well. And slowly chase them out into the jungle, and he does get away. They get the teleport from the Malphite as well. It's a very good result for Oversoul Oasis.
Yeah, you get your man out, and a lot of, I mean, the wind becomes lightning, I think, was used.
Yep.
What tools were used? Yeah.
So got up the Xin Zhao as well. So
teleport.
I mean, it's short cooldown, so should be all right. I think.
True. That is true. But able to establish vision in their jungle, which will allow them to potentially, fight for this Baron.
Yeah, it's gonna give them a lot of reign over this objective. Now, Viella still has teleport. I'm wondering if they just put this Aurelia down into the bottom side, start pressuring that side lane. No TP from the Malphite, so they have to send the Azir to match the Aurelia. That is what Viella wants, is to not side lane into that Malphite, but into the Aurelia. As base check from Hex, this could be detrimental to their opportunity to come back into this game. Flag and Drag has safety, and once again, it's an escape from Oversoul Oasis. Biello looking for the flank, goes with the ultimate down onto Rocky. Emperor's Divide didn't tag onto anyone, waiting for that Malphite ultimate. Great Cataclysm down onto Downfall, but the reset comes through. Meng Hao gets that kill onto the Jarvan. Raining Wolves buying some space for his back line. Nyx Cat flashes forward and finishes off Downfall with the Primordial Burst, popped into the Zhonya's last minute. Raining Wolves does claim the kill onto that one, but Borgamus still alive, going to be the carry for his team in this fight. Romeo gets that two-man knock-up onto the key target. Meng Hao shifting sands over the wall. They are still not able to find their kills here. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of Coachless Tyranny. Head over to the Baron, but are they healthy enough to do this?
These fights are insane.
Yeah, I mean,
really good fighting.
It's insane, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Tag on to Romeo. Doesn't find anyone with a knockup. Great stun coming out of Viella, but the quickness has come back off cooldown. Tagged onto the center. Meng Hao goes into a killing spree. Knock up onto 2, but Borgamus is down. The carry for Oversoul Oasis is dead, and it's a double kill for Raining Wolves, as they should be able to just barrel down this mid lane, push through. Unfortunately, they're going for the Elder Dragon, so it won't be quite the end of the game, but my goodness, what a close fight.
I mean, they didn't have the wave. By the time wave gets there, Nyx Cat is up, X's is up. Going for Elder, I think, is the right call. You go Elder, then you go straight Baron, right? I mean,
it's the safe call. It's the, you almost guarantee you win once you get these two objectives. As opposed to, potentially risking, you just all die, give shutdowns over to this Veigar, and
right, like they very well could have ended the game, but
yeah,
I mean, this is your safe bet.
Exactly.
Pretty high likely chance that if you get both of these, the game is over. But we'll see if they can close out the game quickly and efficiently.
We will see indeed. The Baron secured by Coachless Tyranny, and uncontested this time. Now, Oversoul Oasis, we have said they have infinite stacking, but how much stacking can deal with a Baron and an Elder buff?
Right, and I mean, they have Aurelia, but they don't have super good wave clear either.
Yep. It's, I mean, Aurelia hates Baron, I'll tell you that. You know, it's very tricky to get resets on the queue.
That is 100% true as well. Yeah, I mean, I think Veigar has pretty good decent wave clear. But Senna, I mean, you don't have Runeans, you don't have static. It's gonna be tough to defend here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. But Borgamus full build, all the items complete on the Senna. The Veigar almost got that Void Staff. It could be a Crypt Bloom. Look at that Azir. 12-2. What a game from Meng Hao. The unstoppable force straight onto Borgamus and Hex. This could just be it. They were done with this game. No more wasting time. Raining Wolves just sends it. A double kill as well.
This is definitely it here, folks.
And as much as this game was neck and neck, I think Raining Wolves just found that center. As we said, misposition an inch, and the enemy team will take a mile. Game 1 gonna get picked up by Coachless Tyranny. It wasn't easy. It wasn't straightforward. But at the end of the day, they get it over the line and get the job done.
Insanely good plays from the Malphite jumping in, and the Shrima shuffle, just the bounce back, the wombo combo there was just too strong. As long, I mean, you also have Elder, but yeah, I think Coach's Tyranny just was like, nope, we're done. We're ending the game here. Huge Senna damage, Veigar damage.
Yeah, big Senna damage.
I mean, I would say Borgamus showed up really hard.
He had such a good game. Like, I was really impressed with the way the Senna played, and I think for Oversoul Oasis, I think the way they played was correct, but they were just missing a few steps. I mean, look at the individual gold income, right? You compare Reigning Wolves, Meng Hao to their opposite numbers. It is such a landslide for Coachless Tyranny solo laners. Like, yeah, I mean, the tricky thing with Aurelia was like, you blind this champion, you better be like the best Aurelia in the world because there are so many counters to what Aurelia can do. So, a bit tricky. What do you think they should be doing next game?
Yeah, I mean, to see, I think even early on, seeing Aurelia struggle into Malphite, I don't know the specifics of the matchup. I feel like that's, it's a skill matchup, but I think Aurelia should win that, get the Bork early and be able to just rip through Malphite. But going into the next game, I think they need to have they need to be able to tighten up the top lane matchup because it looks like their bottom lane was doing quite well. So you could either lean in heavier into bot lane, get your bot lane ahead, or play towards your top lane and kind of like even out that, try to make moves up there. I don't know. I think it's either way. It's going to come down to champ selection. Like I said, like they were really good top lane on the Kale, and Kale can just be. I don't think Kale really would need any attention. You just let Kale, do to their own devices, split push a lot of the game, get really really strong. So that's another option too.
Yeah,
That's what I've seen out of Zera and Viella top lane. Just be able to thrive on the split push, get super strong, but. I don't know. I don't know why that wasn't the case this game with the Aurelia. I think maybe they were just. It looked like every time they wanted to push up and start split pushing, they just weren't strong enough and sure of themselves enough to really want to challenge and be able to generate that threat that they needed to pull some of those numbers.
Yeah, of course. But luckily for them, this is a best of series, so it's not over just yet. Do you guys do breaks here? We gonna throw to a break?
Yeah, we can definitely do
Yeah,
break
we
before
can
they
do
get.
that. All right.
Yeah, I mean we potentially have 5 games here, so I think we can send them off to intermission and take a little breather.
Yes. Let's throw it to a quick break. We'll be back very soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Game 2 of this super exciting series. First Blood drawn by Coachless Tyranny up against Oversoul Oasis. What an exciting game one. Sorry, talk to me about what you're expecting this game.
Honestly, I don't know. I was thinking maybe the Senna would become a Smolder. I don't I don't know. I mean, they could change. I mean, I would expect Oasis to switch to change things up. You know, they had Darwin, they had Vigar. You know, maybe they could go for a more traditional Wombo combo if they were going to stick with like a Jarvan or something along those lines. Not sure. What do you think, just from what you've seen so far?
So wait, just to check, this isn't Fearless, right? This is just...
It's not Fearless.
Not Fearless, right.
And you see Braum coming right through, so...
Yeah, Brom's coming through. That answers the question. Thank you. Listen, I liked the Jarvan as a pick. I didn't like how it was played. I think it was a little bit too passive. Like, to me, every time that Jinx flash was down, it should be 2 or 3 kills onto that champion. And
yeah,
I think at the end there, we saw Jarvan was one of the lowest damage dealers in the game. So, yeah, I think it wasn't so much the pick, but I think the way it was played. We do see that Senna being picked again. Probably something that they've practiced a lot. Into the Braum, though, what do you think about that?
I mean, it could be free stacks. I don't know if it's I don't know if that's that big of a deal. I mean, Braum is just really strong in general, so support-wise, you're gonna probably want something that can punch through that.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly,
like a brand maybe or something. Zillion.
Oh my god, what a pick! Okay, so in the leagues that I'm used to casting in, blinding Braum is like it's borderline like a crime. Like you should never do it. And
it's 2 games in a row. Yeah,
I've seen it twice. I'm like, damn, okay.
I think it's because it's a priority pick. I think Romeo is very, very strong on the Braum. One of their favorite champions.
Yeah, I mean comfort over
so
meta,
it's a pick,
always.
Pick ban. I think that could bite Oasis in the butt. Could have potentially maybe gotten rid of the misfortune and banned Braum instead, just because they know that's one of their champions. I think they were even saying something in banter about letting Romeo get his Braum. So how that's criminal. So that's going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I think the Braum was played pretty decently in the last game as well. Can't really
Oh, yeah.
fault um, how that was necessarily played. It's now R3 for over Solid Oasis. They have that Zillion, could be a flex pick. We don't know if that's going into the mid lane. I'm expecting a jungle pick here in response to the Jarvan, as it is the Poppy, a classic counter, does well into the Braum as well.
Ooh, Poppy. Yeah, it's funny to see Coachless Tyranny kind of like mimicking what Oasis did last game between the Jarvan and the Braum.
Yeah,
they're kind of doing a flip flop here.
It's very similar. I mean, Jarvan's great into Senna for the same reasons it's great into Jinx. You have set up with the Ashe as well with the ultimate, so I'm expecting Coachless Tyranny to just focus a lot on the bot side. Over Solar Oasis, this Poppy is going to need to make sure that you're sitting on top of your Senna, making sure that you're blocking out any incoming engages with the Steadfast Presence, because that is a very exposed Senna with the flash down against all of this potential engage. We're seeing mid laners being banned out here. I think Coachless Tyranny definitely wants some sort of high damage mage to deal some big deeps to these squishy champions that we are seeing on Oversoul Oasis.
Interesting to see the Malphite and the Silas ban for Oasis. I definitely think the Malphite ban was really good because I think that was played extremely well last game. No Azir ban though.
Oh,
so we could see the repeat Azir.
Yeah, we could do, but it is a Xerath, and that is traditionally seen as a bad matchup for the Azir. They're going for the Lux. My god, that is spicy. The artillery mage is locked in for both mid laners. Love to see it. Not too common. I haven't seen this matchup in a very long time.
I was gonna say, I don't. Who's that favored? I feel like that's Xerath slightly favored. I'm not sure.
It's like a skill matchup, basically, except I think Lux's abilities are a bit easier to hit. Obviously, Xerath's stun, they can't... If they're standing behind minions, you're not going to hit that. Whereas Lux can hit the Xerath as long as it's just only one target in front of it. So, thing about Lux, right? This champion is crazy. You could miss rotations over and over again. But if you just hit one Q, that is a kill. And I think a champion that is designed like this, it's infuriating.
Yeah, I don't personally like going against Lux, and there is the Kale.
Hey, there's that Kale. Yeah.
Super scaly again. I think I like Oasis. I mean, just seeing this Kale, I think the Kale is gonna run this game for sure. I have a lot of faith on that Kale. And then you have like that synergy between the Chrono burst for Zillion, or like the Resurrection, right? And you have the Kale like revive shield thing going on. So they have a lot of like extra lives on this team as well. They can they could pop a lot of people out of the fight with the Poppy too. So a lot of tools to, definitely a lot of tools to stay in the fight or like change the odds of the fight whenever things could be looking, not necessarily favorable for them.
Yeah, and back to this Kale pick. So you've mentioned this particular player on this particular champion multiple times. Talk to me about why you are hyping up this player on Kale so much.
The last 2 games that I saw them play it, they basically ran the game where they have 10 CS a minute, just become like a god Kale mode, and it's super scary. And from what I've noticed, a lot of these games are going 40 minutes, 45 minutes as well. Yeah. So I mean, I don't really see Coach's Tyranny wrapping up this game super early with their comp either. So that could be dangerous as well. And it's super strong right now with the last patch. I mean,
very good.
Oh, yeah, a lot of those items have gotten cheaper and better.
I think one thing that's really weird as like, if you're looking at that first game at face value, especially the stats, you're probably like, oh, top diff, right? But to be honest, when I was watching him trade, I was like, he's hitting basically every stun. He's queuing through the minions pretty well. And whilst he's doing all these like super cool mechanics, it's just a Malphite standing still and auto-attacking and then winning the trade. So it's hard to judge like how good this player is based off that last game. And so I'm a little bit more excited to see how he does on the Kayle. This matchup isn't unplayable like the Aurelia into the Malphite. So there is one thing I do want to ask you though. Are there too many carries on Oversoul Oasis? Because there are three champions with a lot of resource requirements.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. Because like I said, they have a lot of ways to prolong the fight and to even out the odds of the champ, like how they have frontline, sure. Like Poppy's gonna need to be pretty tanky. Zillion can be pretty tanky as well. They have a lot of CC and the tools that they need. So I don't believe you can ever. I don't think you can ever have too many carries with this particular comp. I'm interested to see what you think about Coachless Tyranny. How do they approach these fights? How do they win? It looks like they're Ash Arrow, Braum, Glacial Fissure. You know, they have Cataclysm. They have a lot of lockdown.
They do. It's essentially like when a spell gets hit, that person's probably going to die. So there is a simple case of these guys need to group up together. Split pushing, not really on the cards unless the Shen gets ahead in the laning phase. And it's just all about layering their abilities after each other. If they can do that successfully, the target that they are focusing, even if it's the tank, could probably go down. That being said, they are lacking a little bit of, I guess, hardcore DPS towards the late game. And I think the early to mid game spikes of these champions is going to be really effective. It's just when it gets past a certain point, the Ashe Lux will not be able to keep up with the Kayle, Senna, and the Xerath. So they need to kind of play this on a timer, get themselves in a position that is, I guess you could say, game-winning before that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think mid-game is really where Coachless Tyranny is going to be extremely dominant, barring some weird things happening early on. That might surprise us, kind of like how last game we really didn't see the Senna becoming super strong early, but that actually happened. But I mean, yeah, they could really shut down Oversoul Oasis in this mid game. But if they let the timer tick too much, they're not going to have any way to stop the split pushing of the Kayle, and they're not going to be able to break through the tools, the revives, the stasises, and everything that Oasis has to bring to the table. So I think it's a timer game for sure.
Yep, for sure. Timer is a scary one to kind of look out for Coachless Tyranny. When I think about how that last game went, it was like Coachless Tyranny got so far ahead, yet Oversoul Oasis, they held down the fort. Does seem like they like this scaling. They like to pick two carries that infinitely scale over time. And so this game in particular, just on the draft, it's a little bit more pressure for Coachless Tyranny. I think in the end, they left it late, but they did have an Azir Jinx that could match the scaling. This time around, I don't see Ashe and Lux being able to match the scaling. And that does raise some concerns when you take a look at how that first game went, because they took a long time to close out the game. And if we rewind, like what they got in the game, they got 4 Drakes, they got the Soul, they got 2 Barons or something like that. They won so many fights, and even then it was not easy to close out the game. So, I mean, do you think they have enough if they get ahead in the early game to close the game out?
Oh, I think they definitely can. I yeah, I think they can. It's again, it is a timer game. Um, it is interesting that that Oasis is kind of doubling down on their strategy. I guess that's maybe that like how they like to play their team. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe this is their most comfortable play style. But I think we're underestimating potentially how much damage this Lux could do in conjunction with locking everybody down and getting like if this Lux is ahead, could easily blow up the majority of Oasis's team.
Yeah.
Just as long, I mean, I that's what I'm saying. I think the wild card really is the Kale coming online super strong, and then them being able to out sustain whatever kind of engage that Coachless Tyranny can throw at them. But I think mid game's going to look pretty rough if Coachless Tyranny is even slightly ahead for Oasis. But again, like you said, Oasis was like very like perseverant and like staying in the game and really showed us that they could cling on. So I think doubling down really actually might be a good strategy as long as they can persevere and get through some of the early game hurdles that will most likely we will see.
Yeah, I think the mid lane matchup is super important. Whichever of these two artillery mages will be able to get priority in mid lane is going to help their junglers a lot. Now, last game the Jarvan. I mean, I'd love to know your opinion on it, but what does this Jarvan need to do differently to the last one to be a little bit more effective?
I think you hit it on the nail about just being more aggressive. Like I'm not sure. Like the downfall, it just seemed like the Jarvan last game couldn't do much. I'm not sure if it was if they were not holding their ability long enough, or if they were holding on to it too long, maybe. I'm not like a Jarvan aficionado, so I'm not entirely sure. It just looked like they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it really did look like that. As we are finally into the Rift, we have loaded into the game for game 2 of this series. 1-0 up, Coachless Tyranny, and for Oversoul Oasis, they need to bite back if they want to not have their opponents be on match point. So, game 2, it's always an important one for momentum. How's this early game going to look like for the junglers?
Well, let's see. I would assume that Hexes is going to want to play top to bottom. And I think Rocky is going to do the same pretty much. I think we're going to see a lot of action bot lane again, and then transfer that into mid potentially.
Yeah, I'm hoping that there is a lot of action in the bottom side. Now, we have heard Romeo Braum. It's the thing you got to look out for.
It's the move. Yep.
So is he just like? Because I know Braums are usually quite passive. They kind of just protect their AD carry. Is this guy like a combat Braum or something?
I don't know. I just know that it's his pick. So I'm gonna guess that he's probably pretty aggressive on it. Because I think that is what kind of makes a good Braum, is a Braum that can really get in there, can play both aggressively and defensively when needed. Because if you can hit those Qs and get those stuns off in lane and get some of those early kills, that could be really, good for this this Ashe, this Jarvan as well.
Yeah,
and maybe that was one of the issues for the Jarvan last game, is maybe it just didn't get ahead early.
Want to touch on something interesting. The Ashe is not going lethal tempo and going press the attack instead. What do you think about that?
It sounds like they want to get some early kills to me.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a huge deal, because I don't know. I think lethal tempo isn't as good as it used to be, at least, but I would definitely take it on Ashe for sure. I mean, you're going into Zillion, so I don't know if you really need it, but with the Braum, It looks like they're gonna want to just like kind of
Yeah.
burst Senna down.
They're looking for that. Stepping forward, Romeo gets tagged with the root. Great stun there from Zelectric, stopping Downfall from popping the stun onto Borborgemus. And a lot of damage out of this Zillion Senna. I was going to say, Zillion is a really powerful pick into Braum, and I don't see why on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, you see, and also you do see. I mean, this Braum has Ignite as well, so Ignite as
Whoa.
well. Yeah.
Oh my god, as you said, very aggressive cleanse is going to get popped from Borborgemus. Downfall, though, stepped a little far forward and eats a ton of damage himself. Barrier having to be used electric, needs to land one more bomb, doesn't quite tag Downfall with it, and Borborgemus now, no barrier, stepping forward, gets the proc off the Guardian with the shield. Staying alive for Yellow, though, in the top side, potentially getting Solican flash forward from that Shen. Now raining wolves, almost getting killed as well. Summoner spells being blown everywhere.
Wow, I mean, it's pretty jam-packed so far. A lot going on bot lane, a lot going on top. Surprisingly, we haven't seen too much action mid, but I don't think that there isn't a lack of action. I just think there's been more. So, and this Zillion's really fishing here. I mean, the Ashe was able to get out, but
This is a little goofy. Oh no, he didn't stop the reset. That's sad. Yeah, so much action. No one dead. That's an important thing. What's really important though, that Kale flash is down. You are a Jarvan Shen top lane. I think this is definitely a gank angle.
Right
and
here.
as I said, Rocky arriving at the top side, great sidestep on the flag and drag, but Yellow, no flash, no one nearby. This should just be a kill. I think they're just waiting for some cooldowns, and it should just be a dead Kale. Gonna get the speed up off the W, but there it is. First blood locked in for the Shen in the top lane.
I just gotta say, that was some very odd pathing by the Kale there. Potentially could have fought in the wave and maybe traded, because they had stacked quite a wave there, but yeah, pushed up really far, didn't have vision on Jarvan, and no flash. I mean, there's not really much you can do there.
No. Yeah, it's a rough one, obviously. I mean, props for running walls for burning that flash early on, just in the 1v1, stood up an easy gank. I think for Viella, though, like, it was a rough lane state, but it was a little telegraphed. I don't want to be too critical, but I feel like if you're the Kale there after blowing flash, you kind of have to expect a gank is incoming.
Right. Yeah. I don't think it matters too much. Again, I think the Kale
we're
does
seeing
have
actually
early.
Sorry, gank towards top side. There's no flash on the Shen, blocking some auto attack damage from the W. Viella tanks 2 turret shots. Going too deep, right to the arcane channeled from the Xerath. That's going to be onto Raining Walls bot lane 2v2 as well, breaking out. No one seems to be dying. There's a lot of fighting, but only 1 kill in this game.
Wow, I'm surprised that we saw Xerath pop the ult there too, and still wasn't really able to get anything out of that.
Yeah, probably just
evened up the health, I guess.
Yeah, it's just some chip damage, I guess. Not the best use of the Xerath ultimate early game, because as you can see, look at Menghao's health bar. Had you had Xerath ultimate now, it's probably a kill. So, bit of a interesting usage of the ability, but I guess it's just to create some space for this Kale.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the Kale has call and a refillable, so does have quite some sustain now in the lane, so that should be helpful to, try to get them propelled forward a little bit, get through some of the growing pains early.
Exactly. I mean, Shen's actually a really powerful laning champion, and Kale starts winning the matchup once level 6 comes in, because that's where you become ranged. So level 5, like some people might be like, oh, you picked Kale into Shen, how are you losing? Kind of normal for now, and it's about what happens after level 6. I'm seeing Romeo jump forward. I see what you mean. Very aggressive Braum. He likes going in. I like it.
Yeah, it definitely seems that he's playing pretty aggressive. So, and I think that's exactly why they took press the attack on Ashe. They really just want to try to bully this bot lane, and it looks better than it did last game for the Jinx, at least early.
Yeah, much better.
Which is surprising because Senna I don't see Senna being very strong in lane, but I mean, who knows? Maybe Baborgamus just knows the pattern. I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie. Like after the buffs, I also thought the same. But every time I see this champion, it's does so much damage in lane. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
The funny thing is, I used to play a lot of Senna before the recent changes, and like I was pretty decent at it. Looks like we're getting a lot of play here.
Yeah,
but I recently tried.
Oh my god, that's come all the way down from the bottom side. Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Hex. That is a dead Poppy. Stand United as well, channeled from Raining Wolves. Borborgamus trying to keep someone alive, but it is just Feats of Warfare secured. Cataclysm forcing the flash out of Nick's cat as well. And a successful topside play. The grubs belong to Coachless Tyranny.
Oh my god, right of the Arcane coming out, trying to potentially get one of these grubs. Is going to get stunned up by the Lux here.
Hang on.
They're still going at it for these grubs right now.
They really want this. Flash gets used. Beautiful usage of that. Steadfast presence. Gonna block away the dash from the Brawn, but now Borborgamus getting hit down by the Shen and is dead. It's a 1-for-1 for now, as Hex does not want to give this away, but is going to die to Meng Hao, and it's a disaster for Oversoul Oasis. It feels like they forgot that they are playing a scaling team comp and are contesting these early game objectives.
Yeah, they're kind of just... I would feel bad to say they're kind of just sprinting it around these grubs. Definitely a minor setback, we could say.
It's a minor setback, yeah. Minor setback. I mean, let's review. Hang on. Okay, Raining Wolves got another kill. Okay, let's review. Let's review what just happened. So, they contested grubs, died, respawned, contested the grubs, lost all three of them anyway, and then died again.
Died again. Yeah, that's basically the worst case scenario you could have. We have Romeo Diff coming out in the chat. Moby saying Poppy being the only frontline seems rough. I would agree with that.
Yeah,
they need to play to their comp though. They are a really scaling comp, and they're already down pretty hard here.
Oh my god. Yeah, another stun in the bottom lane. Down4 gets his first kill of this game. And wow. Hey, we talked about one game scaling, one game's early game. This is a dominant early game from Coachless Tyranny.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, but this is the thing about scaling comps. Really, it could look... It looks really, really bad, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as it seems right now. But yeah, they're really just throwing it right now. Here's the thing. I mean, Coach's Tyranny is just running around the map lane to lane right now, and really just having their way with Oasis.
And I think it's great that Hex is ahead on the clear, but I think one thing I mentioned in the draft that was really important was to actually match this Jarvan on his play so that you can neutralize what the Jarvan's trying to do. We'll see if they execute this cross-map dive successfully. It's not going to be easy. That's a Shen. Teleport gets used to get Raining Wolves out of this sticky situation, so they don't lose anything on the top side. Meng Hao's here to protect his top laner, and all is good.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the teleport out of the Lux is pretty good there. Hex is getting caught out.
Does have flash, should be able to just get over the wall. Rise of the Arcane going to be used, but no one's really low, and it's also not landing. It was on top of that cloud speed up, so got a lot of extra movement speed. They're looking for kills, and here's the problem, right, with that this hyper scaling comp is you see in this early game, they just can't do anything. There's nothing they can do. Coachless Tyranny are just free-farming inside of the opposite jungle, and there's not a damn thing that the enemy team can do anything about.
Right. This is gonna get worse before it gets better too.
Mm.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see, all 4 dragons going over coachless.
Yeah.
And we're looking at 2K gold lead, which is basically 10%. A 10% lead right now for one side. They did manage to. I thought they got a turret or something.
That is a very strong Ashe, and the ultimate coming out at the Kale. Oh, it's rough to watch it, and you're wondering, where is Oversoul Oasis going to find their Oasis? Because I think Coachless Tyranny controlling everything. Every single lane in this game is just being dominated. Hex is getting invaded permanently for the last few minutes. Downfall is beating Kale in the solo lane. And you have to feel for Nixcat just trying to salvage something, getting caught out in the jungle. Gonna get taken down off the final spark as well. Meng Hao on a rampage where Borgomis in the top side doesn't look like he's winning the 1 versus 2 against Raining Wolves. And sorry, is there anything Oversoul Oasis can do? Because it doesn't seem playable.
No, I don't think it's playable. I think they literally just need to be beaten until they have enough gold to get to their item spikes. I mean, really.
Yeah.
I think Oversoul at this, Coachless Tyranny at this point, they need to blunder for Oasis really to be able to play the game at all. I mean, they need to just be comfortable.
Oh no!
Giving waves.
Oh my
god!
Okay, there's had the flash.
Yep.
Okay,
Big
okay.
damage
This is
starting
big
to come
damage
out
from
here.
the Zerath, and should be able to get a kill onto Rocky. Biela's going to be extremely happy to pick up that kill, but unfortunately, Hex overextends and overplays. That is a 1-for-1 for now.
Hey, I think we're happy to see them get anything at this point, right? And here's the thing too, which is really nice about scaling comps, and the new bounty system. There's going to be bounties on everybody for Coach's Tyranny, and if you get that gold into the right hands of these scalers, the comeback mechanics in this game right now are actually insane. So as bad as everything looks right now, if Kale gets maybe gets the kill on Lux, gets the kill on the Shen, Senna or Xerath gets some of these kills, it's gonna bring them right back into this game. So yeah, I mean, early game, it doesn't matter as much anymore as it did in the past because of a lot of these changes that have happened. It's just about not letting it get to you. Don't let it bring down the team morale, and know that late game we're gonna come back and we're gonna be super strong. So they just need to push through it. And I mean, the Xerath damage was pretty strong on that right of the Arcane coming out. So it looks like they are starting to see with these first items coming out. Borgomis in a tough spot right here.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
incredible Ashe ultimate, cleanse and flash being used, and
facial fissure.
Yeah, he's gonna survive here. A lot of ultimates were used, and I'm looking at the positioning of Hex here. Has a decent flank if he wants to play this one, but might need to communicate his flank to his team because he has gone in by himself. As there are 3 people there, Keeper's Verdict's gonna knock them up, but I think he's gonna go down. Not sure if we needed to jump and all of that one. It was pretty much dead. But yeah, interesting flank there.
That was really bad. Yeah, really unfortunate for Hex there. I mean, come on. We all saw that. That's a team. That is definitely a communication.
Wait a minute. Sure. Flash forward from Zelectric. Okay, it's the Blastgo Downfall. Going to go down to the Zillion Bomb, but it is a 1-for-1 for now. The Shen picks up the kill. Great binding from Meng Hao, who gets one of his own with the final spark. And it's sad because you can see Oversoul Oasis, they are trying. They do sometimes occasionally get that one kill. But in order to do that, they have to lose 2-3 lives of their own.
Fickle, if you did this draft, man, this is illegal. It definitely does not look good. Again, I think it's gonna be a lot closer than it looks right now for sure. This Kale Hopefully, I think
Hopefully,
is the
yes.
saving grace here.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think if they keep contesting every objective like this, then maybe not. Okay. Another thing is
That Poppy play though, man. That was just
yeah,
sad.
it was a head scratcher. Also, we've kind of discussed how Poppy's like the one frontline, right? Thoughts on the build?
I mean, what is this? Thunder Sky? What would you build first? Heartsteel? I'm not sure.
I feel like in this case, it's just important to make sure you are the solid frontline. Like maybe a dead man's, just rush that quickly. You can run around the map, so that you're sustainable enough in these fights. Because what I've noticed is like, you know, it's super important. Like the Poppy needs to stand in front of this team composition, but Hex is dying very quickly in these fights. It's pretty much like a not really much of a front line to get through.
No.
So yeah.
Especially when he's going for flanks and just getting caught out. That's not a front line either.
Yeah, no. That play was like something a Talon jungle would do, not a Poppy.
Right.
So yeah, might be the talking point of the series if DJ so myself.
We'll see. Maybe we'll see what they can cook up. You know, maybe some kind of redemption. Could have just been really just bad, like mechanical autopathing type deal. Just not really paying attention. I think that's just kind of like it's just a mistake. You know, it's just like one of those kind of mistakes.
In all fairness, a game like this, it can be tricky to kind of keep yourself together. It seems a little bit dire, but they are going for a fight. It's deep. The Kale able to DPS quite a lot here. Press the attack. Yeah. Rocked onto one, right to the arcane, chunking out people. Health bars are quite low. Hex flashes forward, gets the stun against the wall, but the combination coming out from Coachless Tyranny is absolutely fantastic. The shutdown does come through for Nyx Cat, but at what cost? Because everyone is dead. Look around and all my friends are dead. Nyx Cat, the only one alive underneath that tower. Once the wave comes in, I'm assuming some aspect of a dive will come through. They do pick up 2 kills. I think some shutdowns went into the pocket of this Kale and the Xerath, but Nyx Cat stuck underneath this turret. No TP available for 5 seconds as Viela is respawning. Probably just going to be a dead Xerath underneath that tower.
Right. Yeah, and there's nothing really that Xerath can do.
No.
Once, you know, I mean, the Jarvan's right was sitting behind him. He had people at him. He has to clear away as best as possibly can. I mean, you're just dead. Yeah, that was a lot, but the damage you can see is starting to come through. Let's just hope that for Oversoul's sake that they can scale enough to make this into an interesting game, because right now it's looking like it is going to potentially be a steamroll. You know, maybe this is like Baron into a victory kind of looking game right now, I think.
I think my concern in a game like this was, imagine a world where Oversoul Oasis, okay, wow, these Ashe ultimates are fantastic. All right, I'm going to call this fight and then see what happens. I think they're just going to try and run towards the bottom side, but Romeo looking to cut them off. Could be okay, but keeping my eyes on the minimap, Rocky is beelining down there, trying to make sure all exit routes are not available. They have a long way to run. Rocky's going to spot out Hex. They should be fine, but yeah, back to my point, it's like, imagine this game had they not dropped all these kills in contesting these objectives.
Right.
I might have to keep going because they're just fighting again. The final spark does so much damage out of Meng Hao. Root onto that Xerath in the Hex. Very, very low. And as we said, that is not much of a tank. Killed down very, very quickly by these Fed members of Coachless Tyranny.
Right. And yeah, like you were saying, if they could have played a little safer, we wouldn't be in this situation. But also, right there, they cut through the Wolf's Pit. They needed to go around and behind their tower.
Yeah, I think that they're just playing a little disrespectful, despite being very far behind. And in all fairness, it's difficult, right? Because you lose like so much time having to go all the way around. But it's the case of now, like, you drop more kills. Exactly, you drop more kills, and now you've lost your tier 2 turret. Look at the map. Like, this is 22 minutes into the game.
Oh yeah. Yep. I mean, they just need to buckle down and be respectful and just catch what waves they can. Really, I mean, they need to get these items online, and take these concerted, front to back kind of team fights. Really.
Yep. Okay. I like this. They are setting up at the top side of the map, whilst the objective is on the bottom side. They have an opportunity to get the shutdown on the Shen if they choose to do so. They have numbers advantage. Wave is pushing in. Not going for it, as they do back off. I'm seeing on the minimap that that wave is now crashing. Electric misses that first bomb. Might just be going for the turret as that Shen just clears that wave, goes forward actually with the taunt, chunks down Viella down to half, as that cross map unfortunately did not go successfully. Yeah.
I saw the Zillion channeling his ult. Wow, do you see that Lux damage?
Jesus Christ, the final spark just takes down two. Viella is going to die solo in the top lane to Rocky. Electric having to run.
Ace right now.
This could be an ace as a double kill comes in for Rocky. This is a dominant game 2.
Honestly, this is worst case scenario for Oasis right now. I mean, they just really did not play to what their comp needed to do. They just completely shat the bed early on, to the point where you have a 10-0 Lux who can blow up your squishies in one shot. I mean, it's just there's no playing this game. It's just a GG go next pretty much. But then again, Caster's Curse, I'll say that, and then it'll turn around. So we'll see. But I mean,
we'll see.
We have 10k gold ahead. Dragon Soul, Baron is up in 15 seconds. So if there's a time, it's now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If
we will see.
There is a time, it would be now, because this game doesn't have that much time left in it, to be honest. I watched the way Meng Hao just slowly approaches the that bot play, where he just kind of walks up, throws 2 abilities, and poof, like they just explode. It's a little scary. Yeah,
I just saw the camera pan and a final spark going off, and then 2 dead members of Oversoul Oasis. So.
Like, for no reason as well. Like, that was just so unnecessary. Like, oh gosh. Anyway, does look like Barrett is getting started up here. As you can see, the contest of this objective is borderline impossible. No Zareth ultimate from Next Cat, as it was used earlier on, and I think when a Braum can solo zone out 2 people from the enemy team, it's usually not a good sign. So that Baron probably gonna go over. X though, he's flashed up and he steals it away. The Baron does belong to Oversoul Oasis, as he does buy
flash steal.
His team some extra minutes in this game. Amazing flash steal. Nyx Cat flashes away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Downfall gliding on this Xerath and goes deep, gets the Stand United, and picks up the kill. We don't need the Baron because we can just kill off our opponent. The Electric stuck in the Cataclysm. Meng Hao is here as well. Should be a dead Zillion, and whilst 07 Hex steals away the important Baron, at what cost? That was 1 spell.
Yeah, it's just the wallet gap is too big right now.
It's a little low,
I mean, we do have Baron minions and we have a Kale alive, so there is gonna be time for the team to come back. I don't think this is the end necessarily.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. They are indeed going to attempt it. Viella takes a bunch of damage out of the Lux. That is a great kill ultimate, but Raiding Wolves is going to go unstoppable. Final spark has to get flashed away. 1 Nexus turret is already dead. The next one to follow. That Nexus is now open and exposed. Game 2 belongs to Coachless Tyranny as they go match point in the grand finals.
Wow. Oh my I mean, and this is what we said in draft. Coach's Tyranny needed to end this game on a timer. Ends it in 27 minutes. That's a really, really fast game. Pretty much a steamroll there. I mean, just really. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. 11 and 0 Minghao.
I'm super impressed with Menghao this series. He's been fantastic, but
Yep. Looking really strong.
I think the biggest compliment I can give to Coach this tourney was at no point throughout these 27 minutes did I think there was any chance for Oversoul Oasis. Like it just from like that first grub sequence to the end,
Right.
it was just like, yeah, it was just one. So props to
Yeah,
them for playing a good game.
just for them to like, they really just sprinted that grub sequence. They went in, they died, they resurrected, went back in, got nothing, and died again. I mean, it really was like pretty doomed.
It's okay. See, like that player, right? I get it. If you're like this, like, oh shit, we got to end the game. But oh, sorry for swearing. We got to end the game by like 25 minutes, otherwise we just fall off a cliff. It's the fact that you have like infinite scaling center and a Kale,
Yeah.
and we're just like throwing the kitchen sink at this one set of grubs.
I think they were tilted.
It could be.
Honestly, because that is like degenerate behavior. You know what I mean? It's like you put $1,000 down on a blackjack table, lose the hand, and then you're like, "Fuck it, 2,500, let's go!" Like it just was so bad, man.
I think what was so funny was like when they respawned, you could see them coming out of base rapidly, like go go go, we gotta get those scrubs.
Right.
And we're just like, no, don't do this. Yeah, that was comedic. Anyway, I guess we'll let everyone sink in with their thoughts about what just happened. We'll throw it to another break as we get ready for game 3.
There's one downside about living in the center of the UK. It's the highest rate of radiation on this tiny, pitiful rock. And the fact they never tell you that when your hair starts to fall out, radiation poisoning, it's a secret within you. They never tell you that in the back door.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Match Point Coachless Tyranny. They are in the face of completing the clean 3-0 sweep, but we have this last game to deal with. Draft started already. Now, sorry, talk to me again. What needs to change? Because clearly this scaling game plan ain't working.
Listen, if Oversoul Oasis triples down on their strategy of going, you know, bot
Senna?
lane scaling, top lane scaling, yeah, I don't think Senna's the pick here. It looked good game 1, but they just sprinted game 2, and we need to see something. I think we need to see something different out of this team now.
Yeah, I think it's not so much the Senna in isolation. I just think if you're going to pick the Senna, you need to balance out your team composition. So far, we have seen Senna paired with Veigar. Now Senna paired with Kale. Here we go. That's an Ashe. That's great. And so I think the pairings of and the misbalance of the team compositions were more of the issue than the actual pick itself. Misfortune's a great pick into the Ashe. And so far, we've seen a really nice wombo combo setup that Coachless Tyranny seem to like to draft. And they're pairing the Misfortune with the Rel.
That could be super dangerous.
Yeah.
Misfortune Rel is really good, especially post 6. But I am happy to see something a little bit different. Now, Ashe is more of a utility ADC, but definitely not as squishy as Senna, and definitely has a little bit more agency in lane, especially into Misfortune, who are early on is just gonna look for like poke damage, not really like a super all-in kind of champ, at least until level 6. And Nico coming out, I would assume that's probably support. I think plays really well with Ashe, really pokey. The lockdown.
Whoa. Okay. There is a general rule of thumb. When you're picking Ivan, you have to pick a melee support. It doesn't work with range supports.
Interesting.
Because you don't get much value out of the seed that he puts on you, because it gives a slow off to opponents. What you want to do is your melee support just runs forward, gets loads of shields and utility from the Ivan, and Ivan's abilities gets maximized, but because it's ranged, you're not maximizing the strength of the kit. So I hope that Nico is going into the mid lane. Also, there are much better picks into the Rel than the Nico. Alistair literally stops Rel from doing anything that Rel wants to do. Thresh as well is fantastic here, both against the Jarvan and the Rel. So if they can, I would like to see that Nico flex into mid lane, and then they pick a support that pairs better with Ivan, and that can counter Rel Jarvan better.
Interesting. Yeah, that I didn't know that particular synergy there.
Yeah.
I did say when I was looking at Hex's champ history, it looked like Ivern was really one of their only junglers in their like top 10 champions. So maybe they just said, hey, look, like just go comfort, go with what you know, right?
Could be the case, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I would always say at this level of comp, always comfort. Like, if you draft the best comp in the world, but no one knows how to play these champions, then it's pointless, right? So even if it might not be optimal, I think, as you said, if it's his comfort, I definitely would recommend doing that. And I mean, it's a much better setup than what they have been doing in the last few games. It's just right now, Coachless Tyranny. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say add another look at this draft. It's insane. Like
they're playing like the wombo combo, really easy to execute. Yeah. I mean that is, I love comps like that, especially in lower elo, because it's just like you just have like you have your key abilities and you just have the wombo and you have the combo. It's really nice, very effective. Not complicated. Right?
No, it's not. And look at this draft. These champions, they just I really hope it's not into Victor, because that's kind of just free scaling for the Victor. there are like a lot of the Victor counters are banned, to be fair. So yes, good job to Coach's Tyranny for being able to do that. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
It was a Nico flex, I
It
think.
was an eco flex. Okay. It's better, but sadly, Coachless Tyranny's draft is so Exodia right now. It's like all these champions need to do is press R on top of each other's R. So, and I got the Shen as well for some extra insurance policy. And yeah, it's a really solid draft. That being said,
Yeah.
I think Oasis's comp is not bad. It's actually pretty solid.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind either draft. I think Coachless Tyrannies is easier to execute. And just from the first 2 games, especially last game, just how coordinated they were, I would say that they have a better chance of winning it. However, in the first game, they were pretty close. So I don't want to use the last game necessarily as an indicator of how this game's going to go. And I do think like Cho'Gath is a really good option to like be that front line, take a lot of maybe be able to eat up the wombo combo and things like that, because that's the thing about like Misfortune is she is kind of like a one pump chump. So I mean, you know, and then you have Victor, right? Victor has a little bit more sustained, I would say more sustained damage, but you know, Cho'Gath can eat up Victor, so
That's the best.
You like the one pump chump?
Amazing. I'm stealing that. I'll reference you, but I'm stealing that. Like, that was amazing.
Awesome.
Misfortune's a one pump jump.
Honestly. I mean, the cooldown is
right.
really low, but you're not getting you're not going to get 2 bullet times off in one fight.
No.
So.
I mean, in all fairness, although it's a one pump jump, if the coordination from Coach's Tyranny is good enough, you only really need that one pump. It's like if they can wombo combo their abilities, it should be a wipe. I will say the Nico value is actually pretty high because if you can kind of secretly sneak in there into the backline, pop an ultimate as your opponents are trying to wombo combo, you could interrupt the Misfortune ult, you could interrupt the Jarvan engage, you could interrupt Rel from dropping CC onto your carries, and so timing is super important in this game. It's like if Thresh can stop the Jarvan engage, then Oversoul Oasis should not be in threat of this wombo combo. And vice versa, if they are fast on the engage and get through that Thresh and the Nico, then it should be a wipe. So it's a skill matchup of 2 different styles.
Yeah, and Oversoul Oasis, they do have the more scaling comp again. I mean, Ashe is going to outscale Misfortune eventually, depending. And Cho'Gath is pretty scaly as well. And see, here's the thing. Misfortune doesn't scale late into the mid game, but scales really, really hard. Misfortune won't scale well late, but in mid game will be very strong, especially if they are picking up a lot of kills. Gets the blood. If they go Bloodthirster, right? They'll go Bloodthirster. I believe Infinity Edge, etc., etc. Will be really, really, really strong. The problem is if it gets late, Misfortune like can't kill Cho'Gath. So this Cho'Gath can just run at Misfortune, and that like I like playing a lot of Misfortune as well, and that's one of the champs that really counters Misfortune, I think, pretty strongly. So I think that was a really good pick for Oversoul. But if they are able to wombo combo and kill the majority of the squishies on Oversoul, and it's just Cho'Gath and Thresh, they're not gonna be able to do anything either. So
yeah,
I think that's really how it goes.
This is definitely the happiest I've been with Oversoul Oasis's drafting in all 3 of the games. Like, there's, I mean, I agree with you that the ease of execution is on the side of Coachless Tyranny, but I mean, they have a lot of tools. They don't just have slim win conditions. Like, if we go back to the last game, it was like, we need to get to 30 minutes, otherwise we just lose. Whereas in this game, you have a lot to play with here. If top lane doesn't quite go as well as you want, you can play through your Nico. That doesn't work, you can go play through your Ashe. Misfortune, quite immobile. Ivan and Thresh should be able to lock her down quite easily, especially with an Ashe ultimate. So there's a lot more they can do. There's a lot more agency with this draft in comparison to the first two that they picked. I go back to that second game, right? And it wasn't so much the picks of the champions, it was the way they played it. And they're like, if they do another sequence where like the Diet Grubs respawn, Diet Grubs again, and then I don't know, some weird flank solo with a jungler, you know, these plays, it doesn't matter what picks you have, it won't go well. So for Oversoul Oasis, they just need to keep their heads in the game. I understand it's frustrating and it's easy to let your head go after 2 rough games, but I think if they can keep themselves together and play with their champions, they have a good shot at this.
Yeah, I agree. The last draft, it was rough, but the thing is they didn't play, like you said, they needed to play early, like super safe, give objectives, give towers, etc., scale into the late game. It was like a super scaling draft, and that's really hard to play, especially if there is potentially some tilt. It maybe in the comms, things aren't really going your way, and it's hard to keep a steady head and really see like the light at the end of the tunnel whenever things aren't going your way, and then you make silly mistakes like sprinting in a second time and giving like the grub sequence like you were saying. So
exactly.
And I think after that we all kind of knew it was over. I don't think CT's fighting spicy. Oversoul would be fighting in this circumstance. But I was gonna say it was interesting to see how strong Ming Hao was on that Lux.
Yeah.
But Nyx has also been real. Like the Xerath wasn't necessarily bad either, but the Lux didn't die at all. So I'm interested to see. I think this Nico is gonna be how should I say? It's like the X factor, I think.
Yeah.
In this comp.
Like, I definitely want to add. I feel like Meng Hao's, in my opinion, been best player of the series so far.
Yep.
Definitely the best player on his team. But then it's so sad for Nick Cat, because I also think Nick's Cat's been like one of 2 of the best players on his team. So it's like, these 2 mid laners, they're both performing really, really well. Unfortunately for Nick's Cat, maybe getting slightly overshadowed by his opposite number, but also having a really great series. And I don't want the way that last game went to, kind of deteriorate our viewpoint on how Nick's Cat's playing, because they've been doing great. It's just, unfortunately, he's up against a guy who's locked in. He went to the gym this morning, 100%. I refuse to believe anything else. And so, yeah, Meng Hao, I mean, I don't know too much about this player. I saw he got mid lane MVP, but I mean, has he just been this good throughout the whole split?
Honestly, I haven't seen too many Coachless Tyranny games, but every game that I've seen, they've been pretty dynamite across the board. But I would say the same thing for Oversoul. I mean, Nyx Cat has been on my radar, and definitely, like we said, looks really good in this series. I mean, even in that last game, was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
So I think this has really been like, I think the mid lane matchup has been like really the part of the deciding factor, but also but both sides have been doing well. It's just I think the jungle mid lane combo, whenever your top side can't contribute as much, or jungle is like struggling as well, it makes the game harder, for you to play out mid lane anyway. So
yeah, really tricky. I mean, that Lux surprised me that it was picked in general. Again, like we said in the draft of that game, we haven't really seen Lux into Xerath, and he played it absolutely perfectly. As we are loaded onto the Rift, it is game
We
3.
are.
Can Oversoul Oasis turn this around? Can they get the reverse sweep? We will have to wait and see. As coachless Tyranny, they are on match point and could close the series out in this game.
Oh, did we do a poll? Can we put the poll
Wait.
out? I don't know.
Oh, hang on. There's a 5-man invade. Nixcat landing the rupture as we
Beautiful.
just realized it is a Cho'Gath mid lane as he picks up first blood.
Oh wow! No way. That's
Yeah.
funny.
Pause the game straight away. No way.
Wait, what are they saying in the chat? Oh man. The pause of disrespect. I respect that. ADC pause, work call. ADC lagging. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I maybe, honestly.
No.
Interesting though, swapping the Nico and the Cho'Gath, because I said that Cho'Gath was going to go mid in draft, but then once we saw the Thresh, it was pretty much solid that Nico was going to go mid. But I wonder if they planned that or if they did switch it last minute.
It might be the case where Shen... I mean, Shen's pretty good into Cho'Gath because your trading pattern is very effective into Cho'Gath's trading pattern. So, I mean, I say that, but like Victor's not much better. So, I don't know. It's really weird. We'll have to wait and see. Ah, I see. If you look at the runes, Nico has lethal tempo, so it's on hit Nico. It's on hit Nico. So this
Is that
Nico's
a
looking
thing?
to used to be a lot better than it is now. So I guess we'll wait and see. It's great in 2 melee champion. It's miserable for the Shen to play this matchup.
I feel like for the team fights, on hit won't be as impactful.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Which is what we want to see out of the Nico.
Yeah, and with we're actually seeing big trade happen in the mid lane and top lane. So yeah, the solo lane is looking like it much better this game. But I don't know if people remember. Oh my god, beautiful death sentence down on the bot side, down for level 1 to level 2. They're going to pursue this 2v2 very aggressively. Ghost popped by. Well, I forgot to say his name, so you have to remind me.
That was really unfortunate. Baborgamus. It was interesting to see the Thresh hook get the hook, and Baborgamus was like wasn't there, is not following up with the Thresh.
Oh my
able
god,
to pick
it's
up the
another death sentence down on the bot side. Romeo also potentially going to go down.
I mean,
Zelectric
is force feeding Ashe these kills right now. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
wasn't able to get Romeo on the Rel, but able to get 1 kill, able to crash wave. Misfortune's going to lose a lot. Production, can you swap Misfortune and Rel on the scoreboard? I don't know if you're able to do that.
But yeah, no, I mean, amazing play on the bot side. It was like they got level 2 first. What was interesting is losing level 2 first and then not backing off was an interesting call. We're seeing a 1v1 happen in the mid lane. Great ganks by Hex. You get the slow on Meng Hao, but I think this is just to make sure Nixcat can get that wave in and not get killed off. Rupture landed. Both mid lane is very, very low, but Nixcat out of mana, so probably won't get a kill.
Now, interesting, you were saying in draft that Cho'Gath into Victor is not a fun matchup. That's basically free stacking for Victor.
Yes, in a way it is, but spacing is really important in this matchup. You have to dodge away from those Qs, and from what I'm seeing, Nixcat has hit quite a lot of these ruptures, and so Meng Hao has struggled a little bit. Another death sentence from Zelectric didn't cancel the crash down with the flay. So, I mean, it's a warning sign in the bottom side. These hooks are landing, and you can see how scared this Misfortune and Rel are.
Oh, I would be. Yeah, I would not want to be walking up to this wave at all. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely not. When looking
And
at a gank in the
Misfortune
top
doesn't
lane,
have to either. Oh,
nah, it should be a free walker. Yeah, Misfortune doesn't necessarily have to, but
just look for Q bounces, really.
yeah. I mean, the problem is, right, is the Rel wants to buy space in the lane
Yep.
for the Misfortune, but you're against the Thresh, so you can't really do anything against it, and hence why I was like, if you can flex, then you go, please do, so that you can create this lane phase.
Right, right. Now they do have Jarvan down here, looking for something on Zelectric.
Yeah, the lurking
Is
Romeo.
flayed off.
Whoa, flash forward. Lantern, though, available for Zelectric. And yeah, this
Beautiful.
is the Valley of Thresh against these champions. It's fantastic as Running Walls dashes forward with a slither of HP
Wow.
in front of the face of Viella, who picks up a solo kill. A much-needed one in this game. Rupture in the mid lane as well. Nyx Cat running forward onto Menghao. Flash being used. Halo Blades. Another Rupture going to land as the mid lane trading looking good for Oversoul Oasis.
Well, I think Oversoul Oasis is looking like they have woken up for this game.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe, you know, deserved after that last game. I think they really wanted to. Oh my!
Death Sentence not going to quite land. Nyx Cat potentially
Really
still looking
nice
for
attempt.
more. Yeah. Good
Yeah.
effort, but unfortunately just missed. They get away.
I mean, but yeah, I think after that last
Hey, yo.
game, oh my, we are really going. We are ambitious here. That might have been an overstay.
Yeah,
let's
this is
see.
slightly overcooked. He does have flash. And I mean, his aura is just too strong right now. They did
Yeah.
not want to run
They
on
don't
him.
want the
I mean,
sauce.
he was deep by himself
Yep.
and just caught out, but his pure aura after hitting hook after hook, it's just too powerful. So he's out.
First dragon gonna go over most likely to Oasis, as they have all the members on it right now. Viella looking
Oh, wow.
pretty
That was-
strong on the on-hit Nico.
It's so weird to see the Nico combo just don't do no damage. I'm not used to that, but it's an auto-attacking Nico, so makes
Yeah,
sense,
the
but-
autos were looking strong with the combo.
Yeah, it just looked a little funny. It's electric. Lantern's in the Ivan Q route, not gonna land. Yeah, scary situation the bot side for this Misfortune and the Rel. I mean, can they get out of it? I feel like they need this Jarvan to kind of help them.
Yeah, I would say so.
Wait, solo kill? Potential solo kill. Arcane Storm
Potential.
dropped. Nyx Cat didn't quite get the execute. Miss timing that one. I think he needed an extra auto attack
It's all
before
right.
he used the ultimate. Menghao
Yep.
trades back a solo kill. Now crash down happening in the bottom lane. Great death sentence, two-man flay from Zelectric, and it just opens up a Borgamus to just unload his arrows into the hearts of Coachless Tyranny, and another 2v2 in the bot side.
Yeah. Bot lane's looking really good. Zelectric is looking electric right now. Borgamus could be a little bit more forward playing, but is picking up what Zelectric is throwing down. So definitely really, really rough for downfall here. Like you said, it would be nice to get Jarvan down here and try to catch them. Maybe in the Cataclysm, catch the Ash, so that way they have a harder time getting out with the Lantern. I think that's kind of the move. Also, I mean, you have Misfortune, Bullet Time coming up. You have Magnet Storm coming out for Rel. So they'll have their Wombo available shortly here.
Yeah. They just got to layer those abilities. I think that solo kill picked up by Menghao is massive. As Pop Blossom being used in the top side, this is probably just defensive. Interesting to see, as you can see, like, if Shen can get in range of the taunt onto Viella, then he wins the trade, but it's all about keeping distance as the on-hit Nico.
Interesting. Yeah, it was really sad to see Cho'Gath just a hair off getting that execute with the ultimate, but did have that first blood from the invade, so wasn't a game loser necessarily for them. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, gold lead's still sitting in the hands of Oversoul Oasis. They are happy with the situation. This Scrub attempt to take it is looking great. Root down onto Raining Wolves as he has to use the taunt
Flashes.
defensively. Flash auto attack. Not quite enough damage to finish off the Shen, but it leaves him in a precarious enough situation to have to abandon this massively stacked wave. He's stuck underneath this turret. There's not going to be a dive. That Q almost finishing off the kill. Raining Wolves, he's going to have to drop this wave. Flash taunt underneath the turret, but Viella only tanking one turret shot. Q and E's going to finish off that kill. And it was a good attempt from Raining Wolves, but he's going to lose so much off this.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Shen needed to back off and back there, but nice attempt. Arrow coming out, able to stop Rocky in his tracks, not able to get the Cataclysm down onto the Ash. Really good. I think this is what Borgamus needed, was this this Thresh with the utility of the hooks and the
This is very aggressive from Nyx Cat. Flash forward Cataclysm, locked him in place. Hex gonna try and keep that Cho'Gath alive, but a Stand United coming in for Rocky just in time. Now the Ivan is in danger, and it's the mid jungle of Oversoul Oasis that are both gonna go down in this play.
Ooh.
Bullet time in the bot side as well to clear out the wave so they don't lose anything there. And, well, Coach's Tyranny, they have woken up in this game now because that was a fantastic play in the mid lane.
Yeah, really unfortunate. It almost looked like Ivern was gonna be able to shield the Cho'Gath enough to be able to do something, but really well executed between Menghao and Rocky there, in order to take care of the Cho'Gath and the Ivern.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, it's great to see both teams. They definitely aren't backing down against each other in this last game, potentially last game. Oversoul Oasis, though, I mean, look, that Nico is looking great. That Ashe is looking great. So they've got clear win conditions here. Pop Blossom in the top lane. Not doing
No
too much damage. Well, hold up, Raining Warrior doesn't do any.
The Nico does have sustain with the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah.
At least is it, and does have the refillable as well. So able to take these trades, and doesn't really matter. Will just back, has TP up.
Ooh, a knock up here from Rocky and Charles Chris are going to get used. The combo, can they pull it off? Hex so low. He's actually tanking up the dragon as well. Does survive. Downfall flashes forward right onto a Zelectric. Two-man flag and drag from Rocky. Sets up one kill for Menghao. Next one probably to follow. Double kill for the Victor. Beautiful taunt coming out of Raining Wolves as Borgamus picks up one kill onto Romeo. It's a very intense fight. Cataclysm comes in last ditch minute to secure the team fight win. And although Oversoul Oasis put up a good fight, this one is being won by Coachless Tyranny.
Wow, a lot happened in that fight. Looked like the Victor just kind of popped off there. I mean, really. The bullet time didn't even have to come out in that fight. And wow. Nyx Cat maybe wasn't able to get to the play early enough. It looks like the Ashe damage wasn't really where it needed to be as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's tough. It's tough.
It's awkward, right? Because the Pop Blossom from Nico is so important as a tool, as a team fighting tool, and it was used earlier on in top lane. So when that ability is down, like, it's so difficult to fight, as you can see. They need that ability. It was unfortunate because Hex tanked a lot of damage off the dragon as well, which is a bit rough. And yeah, it was just an unfortunate situation. But what a good early game they had, and I feel like it comes down to these sloppy objective fights once again. Yep. And now we're dead even on the gold.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they still have grubs. They're even on the objectives, even on the gold. So I mean, this game is still up in the air. But that fight was pretty good for
yeah, it was great.
Pretty good for Coachless Tyranny there for sure.
Yeah, and I think whilst Menghao definitely the star of the show of that fight, I'm gonna throw some praise to Rocky on the Jarvan. I mean, he played that pitch perfectly. It was like he was jumping in and out. He was on like a knife's edge almost. Like he was so close to being eliminated in the fight, but kept going in and out, using like one flag to get multiple knockups. Fantastic team fighting from the Jarvan, and it really showed there. Nyx Cat might be getting caught out here. Crash down into Magnet Storm, followed with a flag and drag. Nyx Cat going to die on the Cho'Gath for the 4th time in the early game.
Yeah, and this is kind of where you start seeing the deterioration. Maybe it's a lack of vision, but also just not respecting and not knowing where people are on the map. So, yeah, that's rough to be caught out like that. And then also, I mean, you need to if you see all these people roaming around the map, we need to get gold in other places around the map. So they are doing that. They are trying to dive onto Ming Hao here.
Yeah, dive on the bot side, but let's remember there's a Shen in the game that can keep anyone alive. I think the Stan United did get interrupted by the Nico, so I think Oversoul Oasis is going to feel confident to jump forward onto Meng Hao, hunt down 1v3, so many of these health bars. He's feeling confident. He's definitely feeling himself this series. 3 people aren't enough to deter this victor. Now, on the top side, there is a Herald being spawned, flag and drag onto that Nico, crash down as well from the Rel. That's enough damage to finish off that Nico, whilst on the bottom side, Meng Hao survives, does give up the turret, but this is such a worth trade for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, and they have the Rift Herald too, so they're definitely picking up 2 turrets quickly here. Meanwhile, we only get tier 1 bottom, and aren't able to succeed in the dive. So, not exactly a fair trade, and that propels Coachless Tyranny, to almost 2k of gold ahead on that kind of a play.
Yeah. Rocky overextending though for a Gromp. Now this is a shutdown. If you can give this over to a good target. Oh no.
Yeah, I think we would have liked that in the hands of the Ashe or the Cho'Gath, but hey, a kill secured is
a kill's a kill. Kill's a kill. Yeah, we take that.
I mean, Ivern, that'll make his shield stronger.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, and Daisy. I think Daisy gets stronger too. So.
Yeah. 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 I mean, anyway.
We will see. That was a lot of gold, though. That was a lot of gold.
It was a lot of gold. I mean, to be fair, it was a bit of a silly death, I have to say. Like that's a Grump, probably not worth giving over. Like, was it 700 gold worth of a kill over to your opponents just for a Grump? So. Yeah, I mean, listen, if they make mistakes like that, it could be detrimental to their game, as we're seeing an engage in the mid lane downfall, punk down to low HP, but let's remember Meng Hao is a lethal individual on this Victor, gonna get slowed up, movement is good, he's moving around a lot of these abilities, Death Sentence is gonna land onto the Rel, Rocky hanging around the wings, waiting to see if he enters the fight, Nyx Cat appearing and showing himself, pops the Shurelya and starts charging forward. They get themselves control over the dragon area for this play. Oh my god. They're even finding a catch onto Rocky. He steps way too far forward. Cataclysm down onto his Electric as that Shen is arriving into the fight. Teleport being channeled in by the Nico. Pop Blossom is good. It lands onto 3. Picks up the first kill onto Rocky. Bullet Time is doing absolutely diddly squat. It did no damage in that fight. The Shen is going to go down. And Oversoul Oasis outplay their opponents in this objective fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, without Meng Hao there, it looks like a completely different ball game. I mean, that was a slaughter, 3 for nothing there, basically, and a dragon to boot. So, yeah, really nice play for Oversoul Oasis there. Really beautiful TP Pop Blossom in. I think Viella did use TP there. And now is able to push out bot wave. And prior to the fight, they did a really good job of getting the Misfortune low, taking them out of the fight, getting some damage onto the Victor. So they set up the fight well and were prepared going into it as well.
Yeah, it was amazing fight. Like, they got control of the area and it just meant, like, whenever Coachless Tyranny tried to walk around it, they would just commit onto them, and it was great to see. This time we saw the value of the Pop Blossom. It was available for the fight, and it is game changing this game. And eyes on to Viela. If they can keep finding those big ultimates, it's going to be game winning for them. As close your windows. This one not looking too good. Death Sentence
No.
also gonna miss.
Yeah, I mean, if you miss those key abilities, you miss your Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you miss Death Sentence. It's time to just give up the play.
Exactly.
Wait for the cooldowns to come back and then give it another go.
Exactly. Perfectly broken down. Like this is one of those comps where it's like we got to hit that one spell, everything follows after it. If we don't hit that one spell, just back away, give up the play, and they did that. To be fair.
Yeah, they did good there. Absolutely, it's good to see when teams like a lot of teams at this level like want to chase really like way too deep a lot of times. It's
Yeah.
good to see some restraint. We are seeing Zelectric getting potentially
Yeah.
caught out here.
Getting jumped on, crashed down into Magnet Storm just for a support. Meng Hao, Thanos of this game, arrives to the scene and picks up the kill. Nyx Cat used the teleport as well, so that is not a summoner spell that got
We're
too
seeing
much value.
we're seeing some really questionable teleports. Because this whole time could have been catching the wave top and
Exactly,
didn't really have an impact there. But it's okay. I mean, it is what it is.
Is what it is. I mean, he tries to keep his teammate alive. You understand. I definitely see the idea behind it. But yeah, now you can't TP to defend this turret, which is going to go down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be used, though, as great protection there from Romeo. Just standing in front of that Misfortune, making sure nothing else was coming in.
Yep. I think Oasis is trying a little too hard to make these plays happen. I think they need to step back and wait for an opportunity where Coach's Tyranny is overstepping. Because I think they're trying to make plays out of thin air right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. As unfortunately, we're headed into a quick pause, but yeah, precisely that. I think what I'm a little scared of is that Victor is getting stronger and stronger, and there's a lot of health to get through, and he's currently building towards that Lion Tree. Once that gets completed, he's going to be able to start shredding through that HP that Oversoul Oasis have. So, yeah, I feel like these plays need to be a little bit more sure. Like they seem a little hesitant at the moment. Like, wishy-washy. That's not really a word, but I feel like it's a great way to describe their attempts at finding these picks.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I think it might be like a comms issue where there's not. It's like a confidence issue. Like they're not. I feel like they're not going into these. I'm gonna hit this arrow. We'll TP in Pop Blossom. When they were fighting at the dragon, it looked like it was staged. It looked like that's exactly what they wanted to do. But some of these other plays, they look like they're not getting any value out of a random Ash arrow hitting Misfortune whenever there's no follow up. So I think they really need to be communicating to each other, you know, how they want to start these fights and what they should look like.
Exactly. And like it's small things, right? Like that teleport from the Cho'Gath, it was very reactive and it was a little slow. You know, you kind of arrive in there, your teammate's already dead, and now that summoner spell's missing. Meng Hao currently has TP advantage. If Coachless Tyranny want to use that effectively, it could be pretty rough. So all these small things, they will add up. I will say, I'm very impressed with how they have gotten to this stage. They've definitely ramped up as the series has gone. And I think for the sake of their momentum, if they can somehow clutch this game out, it's going to send them into game 4 with such a good standing.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I mean, we are in grand finales, so seeing a 3-0 sweep would be disheartening, I think. Especially with how they're playing right now, where we have a completely even game. But early and that last fight, they were looking really good. So
yeah,
So I hope we get a continuation of that and potentially some more games. I did see Supermassive in chat saying OVS in 5. So the reverse sweep would be definitely something to behold.
Yeah, I mean, it would be awesome to see a reverse sweep, but
Oh, it'd be great. My
it's-
sleep wouldn't be happy with it, but I would be happy with it.
Hey, how do you think my sleep's feeling? Like, this is crazy.
It's
it's
4 o'clock in the morning.
It is 4 o'clock in the morning, but hey,
That's crazy.
I'm here because these games are a banger. But yeah, it's a mountain to climb if they are going to get that reverse sweep. And this is a great Artican take.
This is great.
You see enemy jungler on the top side, so you get that bot side objective.
Now, ever since the new patch, I haven't noticed Atacon being as strong, but maybe that's just me. I don't know.
It's a weaker version of the old Artican. And I mean, my personal opinion is people overrate how important that objective is all the time. But it's an objective. It still gives you free stats. I think, much like dragons and heralds and all that, you don't really want to be given that for free. So I think, honestly, like Rocky's had a great series, but the last few minutes of this game has been a little choppy from him. He's gotten caught before that dragon. Going in top side when Artican, great sidestep. Flash forward underneath the turret onto downfall. The Shen stand united coming through as he gets killed off just in time, but Meng Hao is going to be able to unleash all his damage onto his opponent. So much work being done by the Arcane Storm of the Victor. Pop Blossom hits onto 3, but the Cataclysm gets access into the back line. Meng Hao still staying alive. A double kill for the Victor, and the Shen's going to pick up the pieces. But Borgamus, though, stayed alive in the Cataclysm against Rocky, and it's just gliding against running wolves. They need to keep their eyes on Meng Hao. He is still a lethal threat on the Victor. The Ivan doing such a good job at keeping this Ashe alive as, well, the dragon's up. One jungler is alive, one isn't, and that is Oversoul Oasis getting them hands onto this objective.
Soul point. And I was about to say, the last few minutes for Rocky have been rocky.
Yeah. Hey. I mean, they have been. It's like the questionable positioning on the map. The team fighting is a little interesting there. I feel like you just try to heal for your Victor instead of making some hero play. But speaking of hero plays, Oversoul Oasis, they have absolutely overstayed their welcome here as big knockup from Nick's Cat. Jesus Christ, that misfortune disappeared. Never mind. You have not overstayed your welcome at all. Meng Hao getting chased down here by Borgamus and is going to finally fall. The Ivan shields keep him alive, and that is sole point for Oversoul Oasis.
Wow, that I think might have been... I'm going to cross my fingers here, folks, but I think that might have been the game-changing play there. Because it looked really bad. It looked bad. I thought Nyx Cat was going to walk in, get popped, and be done. But Nyx Cat did the popping. I'm pretty sure one shot Misfortune. I wasn't looking at the health bar, but Misfortune was there, and then she wasn't. So, wow. We have Xylandis now saying OVS in 5. Hey, guys, I would love to see it. I mean, 3k gold up, 3 dragons, and 3 rift bugs, too. Rift grubs. So, they have a lot of objectives, good amount of gold. Gold onto mostly the right people. It's looking good.
Now, I'm going to be a little bit critical of Downfall in the last 2 fights. I think the thing about Misfortune as a champion is she is rapid. She moves very quickly, but she is still immobile. Oh my god, there is a hidden Nico. That's not very much damage, but...
Solero!
Enchanted Cross Arrow is going to catch the flash out of Downfall. Finished off eventually. The Shen going to try and trade this one back as a 1-for-1, but Electric has found a flag onto the back line. Double kill for the Nico. 1 for the Ashe as well. Death Sentence almost landing onto Meng Hao to follow up with another kill. But Borgamus going on to a killing spree. This should just be a beeline straight to the Baron. I don't think Coachless Tyranny have much to contest this.
Wow. That is crazy. This Cho'Gath
is looking pretty good too. I mean, just
Mm.
runs in and just munches.
Hang on. Hang on, we could be in the
Jarvan.
face of a steal. The Jarvan looking to get into the pit. Okay.
They had the did they have the feast and the smite?
Yes. I mean, it's a pretty
Okay.
hard objective deal. Probably why Rocky was like, yeah, no chance for me. I'm going to just let that happen and walk away. But wow, what a game. Oversoul Oasis, they've brought themselves right back into it. Why don't you break it
Yeah.
down as to how they did so?
Well, we had some beautiful fights. They were able to have these beautiful objective fights, which I think that they've been craving this whole
Yeah.
series so far. Because honestly, these objective fights, the past 2 games have, they keep getting edged, and they're finally strong enough to win these fights. So, I think Oversoul, this is what they needed to get the pep back in their step. They needed some strong front line.
Oh my
like
God.
Cho'Gath, Pop Blossom
Deep,
coming through. This is
very
a little
deep Pop
ambition.
Blossom. Downfall is going to go down. It's a rampage for Viella, but it's traded 1-for-1. A shutdown for the victor. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Oversoul Oasis. A stasis for Meng Hao, but he's definitely going to go down. Electric gets that kill.
Yep.
And wait, they have a Baron and only 2 members alive. It's Rocky and Raising Wolves. No wave clear present for both of these champions. This could just be a push to the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we have Runans on Ashe as well, which is like clear out these minions really quick. Probably take these towers down. This might actually be game right here.
This could just be the end of the
They play
game.
it
Flash
right.
forward from Nyx Cat, waiting for that rupture, gets the knock up into the Shen, but those Nexus towers are exposed. Coachless Tyranny has been a fantastic entity in this series so far, but they make a hiccup on game number 3. Match point is a curse for many attempting to go for the title, and it seems to be Coachless Tyranny are going to drop game 3. They don't complete the sweep as Oversoul Oasis bring us to a series.
Oh my, this is what we want. This is what a grand finale is all about. Seeing these swings, having some drama, some excitement. So that is, I feel much better about the series. It would have been really sad, I think, to see the 3-0. But just really seeing these players be able to shine was such a nice, refreshing change of pace. Like we were saying, Nyx Cat has looked good throughout the series, but I think they looked excellent in this game. The Nico came to life. Viella has had rough first 2 games, so it was good to see them be able to be impactful. I think all players, the Thresh was hitting like all the hooks. It all just came together really well. And this might just be the momentum they need to carry into game 4, to keep this, keep the hope alive, keep the spirit alive.
Oh, this is a massive game for them. Like, they're going to be feeling so good going into the next game. And it feels like they've kind of figured out the recipe, let's ditch that hyper scaling game plan that we came here with, and let's just actually contest our opponents with champions that can fight in the early game. Like, they have a lot of CC, they have a lot of setup, and it's clearly working. I loved Zelectric on this Thresh. It was amazing to watch. He was hitting so many hooks, and as you said, he complemented so many players. But I think one that definitely went under the radar and naturally on a champion like this is Hex on the Ivan. Keeping Borborgmus healthy in these fights is a tall order against how much damage was coming in front of him. But able to do so, and big props to him to be able to do that. So it was a massive game from everyone. And I think this game 4 should be very spicy considering how this game went.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think being able to pick champions that want to fist fight is what this team needs, because that's what they've been trying to do. They did it with the scaling comp when they knew, like, when they should know better, like, we're not going to win these early game fist fights at all. And honestly, that's what we want to see. That's what they want to do. They want to win these fights. They want to get the early objectives. So pick your comp around that. I mean, Cho'Gath is great at fist fighting. Nico is good at fist fighting. Ashe, Thresh. So I would almost run very similar, if not the same comp next game.
Yeah, definitely. So for Coach's Tyranny, they are still at the advantage. If they win one more game, they win the series. But for Oversoul Oasis, they have a chance to send us to Game 5. We'll throw it to a quick break as we await that exciting Game 4.
There's one downside about living in the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for game 4. Oversoul Oasis has sent us into a nail-biting series after they bite back in game 3. It is 2-1. We've already talked about what we want to see out of both teams, but I mean, what picks already? The bans are coming through. This is a quick draft. Ash locked in straight again, and I think they have heard us. They're just going for the same comp.
CLT should take Thresh here, I think, to win this. Because the Thresh and Ash was really good.
I think they're gonna do a run back.
Yeah, they have every opportunity to do so, but I mean, the misfortune didn't work into the Ash. They picked that so confidently into the Ash. Didn't work this time. They go for the Alistair instead. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Alistair is super strong. I would have taken the Thresh, but I don't think it's bad. I think it depends on... I was going to say, it depends on the ADC. I don't know if I necessarily like Alistair Sivir. But in lane, I don't like it, but I think later game, I think it's good.
Yeah, Alistair Sivir, it's a very solid lane. What I like about this is that Ash utility, the sustain, the setup with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't have as much effectiveness. Alistair can cleanse it with his ultimate. Sivir can block it away with the spell shield. Seeing that Ivan again, which is fantastic. I really liked the Ivan pick. I was actually surprised not that it wasn't banned away in this game. I feel like putting this jungle, like Hex has looked a little dicey on picks where you need to be a little proactive, but on this pick where he is able to be reactive and actually respond to plays as opposed to make them himself, he's looked great. They are actually just picking the exact
running
same
it
champions.
back. Yeah, I think they're trying to run it exactly back. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cho'Gath bans coming out after this. But I mean, what else? They might be scared of other Nyx Cat champs though too. So I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that could be Nico mid too.
it could be.
Let's not discount that either. I don't know if both players. I mean, we saw Viella on it last game, but does Nyx Cat play Nico? I'd have to look deeper.
Yeah, exactly. It could very much still be a flex. We're seeing the Maokai. All right, yeah, you take one tree, we'll take the other tree. Passio ban coming through. They might be looking for that Victor again. I think, I mean, if there's anything to say about Koshal's Tyranny in that last game, Meng Hao, still an absolute monster. He topped the damage we saw towards the end, at the end with the damage charts. He was at the top of it, so still a threat in this game.
I think if he gets a Zir, that could be really good.
Yes, it could be, and also interesting interaction. Obviously, Azirol can push that Nico away from the Pop Blossom, so yeah, I love that shout. Absolutely love that shout. It's a really good pickup if they can get their hands onto it. Blinding Azir is a little bit tricky because there are a lot of counters for it. But we'll see. I'm assuming that they're going to pick mid lane here and then leave top lane for counter pick.
They did leave Victor up again. We are seeing the Lux come back.
Ooh.
I don't like it as much in this situation. I don't think Lux gets as much value from like the Sivir speed up. But she does. She does well with Maokai, I would say.
I think the problem with Lux here is Lux as a champion does one thing. It's that one burst combo. After that, she's done. Like that's her fight over. It worked in that game because there was no protection. But there's a Galio, there's an Ivan. There's so many shielding. There's so much shielding you have to get through here. I don't think Lux was the answer. In order to break through the shields of an Ivan or a Galio, you need DPS. I'm intrigued as to why they didn't pick the Azir here, because I'm looking at this game, I'm like, Azir, like just like they picked Azir, they won draw. Like straight
Yeah, I
up.
think
But,
I would agree.
I mean, we'll see. He played the Lux really, really well.
Trundle.
Whoa!
I think
That's-
that was a huge pickup. The Trundle there.
Yeah, it's a curveball.
Yep.
I didn't expect it. And I am excited to see if Coachless Tyranny can actually coordinate their play to accommodate the Trundle.
Well, here's my question: is Trundle in the jungle or is Trundle top? Because I think Trundle jungle here is better than top. Potentially.
I'm not sure if Maokai top is that playable right now, especially into Volibear. I'm assuming he's picked Trundle because there are loads of tanks that you can ult in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah,
That's for sure.
I actually do like Trundle in the jungle. It's probably the better of the two options. It's just I don't know if you want to send that Maokai into the Volibear because that is not so much of a good matchup.
The Maokai can't do anything in that lane.
No. Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense. Yeah. So they're probably locked in with the Maokai jungle. And I mean Trundle top isn't bad. I just think I like Trundle jungle better. But Maokai top, as you say, probably not great.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This is a really interesting draft. I actually want to make a point of if you look at Coachless Tyranny's first 3 picks and then look at the bottom 2 picks, they don't. It almost doesn't look like it's part of the same draft. They are so out of place as like a 3 pick and then a 2 pick that it almost doesn't seem like it's like in the same game. It looks like a screenshot put together. Is that
Sorry?
me?
Wait, what?
Yeah, like okay, if you look at this like Alistair Sivir Maokai comp where it's just like scaling DPS with a front line, and then you have this like Lux Trundle, which are quite classic like solo queue champions.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Am I just yapping? I'm yapping. I'm fully yapping.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting comp. I think the Lux is misplaced. If any of the champs are
Okay, yeah. 'Cause that's exactly what I was kind of getting on. It just doesn't look right, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
maybe
something-
Vigar. You
something's
know what I
off.
mean?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's the pictures. Maybe the pictures are throwing me off, and it's like dark color schemes, and then just Lux.
I mean that too. Lux is like bright compared to all the
Exactly. Maybe
you have,
that's
like, a
what
lot
it
of
is.
blues and
That
grays,
must be it.
too.
That
Yeah.
that must be it. I mean, okay. Let's break down the team comps a little bit more in depth because how does this blue side composition want to play? It seems very. We're just gonna go in and press our alt buttons.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last time with the Crystal Arrow. You have the Crystal Arrow engage. You have the Nico Top Blossom, kind of the flank, right? But and then we have Iron Shields, but we also added onto that now. We have the Galio able to ultimate onto our squishies. My question is wait, who's support here though? Is support Galio or is support Nico?
Probably Nico. I'm assuming
Okay.
it's Nico support.
Okay.
We just got confirmation that it is Nico support. So
Okay. I don't like that as much because I think
Agreed.
the Ashe really needs some help, like some of the tankiness from the engage, some of the the tools that the Thresh was able to throw the lantern to get the Ashe out of some of those tricky situations. But I do think their game plan is similar to what they were doing last time, where they. What's up?
I just realized Alistair is like a mega pick here.
Alistair's huge.
Yeah, you can knock Nico away from the ult. You can split up Ashe and Ivan in the bot lane if Nico is support, which we got
Right.
confirmation it is. It's like double knock up. If you get hit with any of their CC, you cleanse it with your ult, and you get the speed up from Sivir. It's like a mega pick.
Yeah, and the thing is too is Sivir's shield can shield the crystal arrow too.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, they don't really have anything in lane necessarily, but that doesn't mean Nico can't roam and or do the grubs play and
True.
be super impactful there. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. CLT Coach's Tyranny did a good job of countering like that bot lane for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how these top laners play this game because they're obviously both they're both split pushers.
Yep.
I definitely think Volibear has a lot more team fight pedigree than Trundle does, but then again, I've seen games where Trundle gets left alone for like a minute and he's just taken like the entire base. So
Yeah.
like this is the interesting thing. I think Oasis's comp, they need everything to be together. It's not just like you can play as 4, you can play as 3. Like you need to be grouped up as 5 in order for this team composition to work. But
Right.
then you can't afford to leave the Trundle in the side lane for too long. Otherwise, he's just going to get too much. And so
Yeah.
they need to be very sensitive on their timers and when they play these fights, because if they overplay, which has kind of been a theme of this series, both these teams have had a tendency to overplay scenarios, the Trundle's just going to split push to oblivion. So they need to be careful of that side lane threat.
Yeah, I think. I mean, they do have tools for that. They have like the cross map crystal arrow, which could catch the Trundle under that tower, and then they could collapse onto the Trundle, and then once they have Trundle down, they have man advantage for fights and things like that. They could leave the Trundle for a little while, and try to use their teleports correctly in order to make a play across the map and then teleport back in order to stop Trundle. But yeah, I mean, if Trundle becomes big and becomes a problem, that alone could really be quite the damper on what Oversoul wants to do. So I think shutting down that split push threat early is probably the move. It is really hard to deal with like that constant looming split push like threat though. It's hard for teams to do that a lot of times.
Yeah, very tricky, very tricky. I'm curious to see how this goes. Again, I do have to say, like, I wish this Lux was something else. Even the Victor again would have been better. Something a little bit more DPS-y.
Yeah.
Can Lux even one-shot anyone outside of Ashe in this game? Maybe Nico.
Probably Nico. Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends. I mean, it depends on how they do in lane, and if Lux gets a couple kills or whatever, if he's feeling himself, right, or if they're feeling themselves on the Lux, like, it could be devastating again. But I don't think it's going to be as effective this game. But like what we were saying earlier, if you're in these games and it's something you're like, you have a feeling, a vibe, right, or you're like mastery on the champion, that's going to supersede whether or not it's actually theoretically good in a comp too. That's to some degree. So, if they're hitting every Q and they're pumping out damage, it doesn't really necessarily matter.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think there were definitely better picks, but Lux is still hella annoying, has a lot of wave clear. I mean, with the Trundle split pushing and then the Lux like wave clearing out every single, mid wave or whatever, like that alone can also be pretty hard to deal with too. I see we're coming up on game and it's paused right now.
Yeah, unfortunate start a game pause. Had a lot of pauses. What do you suspect is the cause of these pauses?
I don't know, man. It's a long series, so I mean, maybe
internet must be
things
internet.
happen. Yeah, internet, mouse has come unplugged. People need to use the bathroom, whatever. They're saying hostage situation. Who knows?
That's a stretch.
Right. I don't know.
I love that.
There we go. $2 McDonald's sweet tea.
Oh, I would love a McDonald's right now. Anyway, we are
Having
in
a
game.
sandwich and some beer. So
Oh,
that's where my
that's the
night's
life.
at.
That's the life. It's almost breakfast for me, so that's my life.
Coffee.
Yeah. I do plan on sleeping after this, so
Yeah.
Anyway, we are in game. Let's not let our boring lives interfere with such a crazy
True.
series.
Yeah, nobody cares about all that.
Yeah, no one cares about us. All right, guys. Oh. All right. Listen, game 4. This is crazy. If we go to game 5, I feel like both these teams will be so tense. Momentum is huge for Oasis, but versus Tyranny, I like pieces of their draft. I just hope that they can sync it up in an effective way. Now, looking across the board, you were right. The guard genius, sorry. Maokai is top lane. I'm a little scared
They're always doing these tricky things, man. I mean,
a little scared for the matchup, though, for the Maokai.
yeah. Yeah, I don't see any world where Maokai has like a good time up there. But I think that it's theoretically winning if they don't die. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if they can just chill and not die and feed, I think it is winning for them.
Yeah. It's a pretty big if considering how strong Volibear is right now. I actually think he's one of the strongest champs in the game.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, so it's for sure a tough one, but I mean Rising Wolves, I've been pretty impressed with his laning this game, this series so far, so I think he will be able to handle it.
Definitely taking some good trades already. But I was gonna say too is, you know, you have to factor in as well that we're getting into game 4. It's pretty it's getting late, so these players, I'm wondering if any of these players will start to show any signs of sluggishness just due to just being tired. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean the whole idea of a series is it really brings out a player within yourself that you really need to dig deep into getting. So this is where the true form of some of these players will start to show. I'm describing this like it's some sort of anime scene. Like it's not that deep, but yeah, I mean
it is.
It's pretty exciting as we see a first initial gank. Rocky doesn't even want to do his full clear. He's just headed straight into the top lane, very deep, not even going to use the flash, and down it goes the Volibear. And that Trundle jungle that you liked is already working.
That was insane. I mean, I don't think anybody could have predicted that was going to happen. But solid play, making space for the Maokai in a struggling lane. I think that's what they needed to do. So maybe they should have seen that coming.
Exactly that. What a play. Great stuff. But I like what Hex is doing in response. Just taking away some camps on the bottom side. This is always the risk of going for these early ganks, is the enemy jungler can just walk into the side that you have not cleared. And look, he is being pushed out of his own jungle. There's a play happening towards the mid lane. That light binding did not land as a flash has to be blown off of Rocky. He still has not been able to get onto his camps. Grab on the bot side secured. Nice play here from Oversoul Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, you can look, 26 CS to the 12 for the Trundle. I mean, it's like that. Yeah, looks like we might be getting downfall here.
Very low barrier has to be used. Does have flash. Doesn't use it though, and just gives over a kill to Solentric, but way too deep, and it's traded 1 for 1. And when you take into context, that's 1 kill for a support, 1 kill for an AD carry. I think this does go over in favor to coach this tourney.
Wow, how did Nico die there? Did they get tower shot?
Yeah, it was a tower shot. An extra tower shot.
Interesting. I mean, Oasis is up in gold, down the kill. So that is something as well. So CS wise, everyone's just
I think it's most the gold on the Ivern. It's like the kill for Trundle doesn't even count, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is great for Coach's Tyranny, getting that Sivir first initial influx of gold. Oh my god. Support gank onto the mid lane, Meng Hao. Okay, one thing.
This is what we want to see, I think.
Exactly. One thing is, as you can see, Meng Hao on the Lux doesn't do much against the Galio. This has probably been the most troublesome lane he's had all series. As looking at another top lane, gank flash available this time. Didn't get used earlier. Does get that shield from that Sky Splitter. So
Holds the flash.
That's cold. That's very cold.
That was awesome. That was actually really awesome. Wastes a lot of this Trundle's time. Going to get further and further behind. Doesn't have camps to walk to even. So honestly, well played, I think, for Oversoul. And now I mean, if I was Volibear, I'd be buying like control wards and just being like super careful because I feel like this is gonna be a repeat thing happening over and over again.
Exactly. I mean, fantastic stuff there from this Volibear. And just TP back to the lane, doesn't miss too much. Slightly behind in CS, but I mean, it's a Volibear, so I think you're okay.
Yeah. Is able to hit that level 6 crucially off that wave as well as to not be behind in an ultimate. If Trundle does decide to walk back top, that could be devastating between Nature's Grasp and the Trundle. So I think Vaea needs to be super careful top here. Trundle is backing right now. Could be walking towards red top side. So in the meantime, blue team is able to secure first dragon. So, and that is part of the response to this Trundle spending a lot of time trying to gank top and kind of just like neglecting bottom almost. Side. So,
yeah, I mean, this is not too common. Nice initial gank from the Trundle on to get the first blood. But what you don't usually see is an Ivan being almost double CS of his opposite jungler. Ivan's a champion where you can't even hit the bloody camps. Being double the farm of your opposite jungler is pretty crazy. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
yeah, I think it's partly their invasion to Trundle's bottom side, taking the blue away. I don't know. They might have got wolves too. So Trundle walked down bot, had nothing, and then walked back top for a repeat gank. It looks like they're going to try to do the same thing here.
Whoa, okay,
Nature's
yeah,
Grasp
that's a
coming
lot
out.
of members. Nature's Grasp is going to root down one. Hex probably just needs to get away from here. The flash still available, but here comes the hero's entrance. I don't know if that was necessary. I think the problem with this play was you had 3 champions with not too much damage, so I think Vela was always going to be fine there, especially with the flash. So don't know if the Galio ultimate needed to be used, and Chanticleer's arrow down into the bot side. Downfall eats a chunk of damage. They're going to be stuck underneath this turret. The grub started up by Oversoul Oasis as well. Meng Hao is intrigued to pursue a contested teleport as being channeled into the top side. Nature's Grasp was already used though, so I don't know if they can even contest this. Let's see what Coachless Tyranny want to do. They're collapsing onto this Nico and the Ivan. That's the route down. Beautiful light binding into the final spark, and that's going to be 3 kills picked up by Coachless Tyranny, and they get themselves a grub for their troubles.
Yep. Speed of Warfare going over to Coachless Tyranny there. And like you were saying, and this could have made a difference in that fight, is using the hero's entrance. A lot of times these teams, they're like trying to overcompensating on a play where I feel like people have this like I must save my teammate syndrome.
Yeah,
definitely. To a point. So that kind of bites you in the butt too whenever you need it for the next play. So.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. They do get 2 grubs, which is great for them, but yeah, they lose one in the process, so they don't get the full set. And also, I mean, 3 kills right now. The goal is even. Okay, really nice flank here from Zelectric. I have no idea how he even got here. Yeah,
Beautiful.
Flash and Barrier are still available, but not going to be used. I feel like downfall at some point. You're going to have to use that Flash to get away. I mean, he's probably going to die there anyway, but yeah, lovely play. Zelectric has been amazing in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, yeah, I think he's just looking really good. Really super good flank. I don't know how that even happened. Like you said,
He just sort of appeared behind him, and I was
Yep.
like, okay, I guess this is happening
Nico
right
doing Nico things, I guess, right?
now. It's a tricky little champion. You need to like be active at all times, count minion waves and everything. Okay, big engage coming down on the bottom side. Pop Blossom going to be used. No level 6 on the Alistar, flashing forward and flashing away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Let's see if Borgomus can kite away. Nice little run into the bush to deny the vision, and he gets headbutted away. And as we said, this Alistar pick is massive this game, and this fight showed why.
I need to say something. I've noticed with Borgomus, a lot of the times is focusing the support in these fights.
True.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be doing a lot of times, especially a tanky Alistar.
Whoa, they're going for a dive on the top side. Stormbringer shots down the turret.
like it.
Oh my god, it's being traded 1-for-1 though. And I think when you're committing that many tools, I have to
Not
say,
great.
Raising Walls played that very well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Maokai gets the kill, and Volibear doesn't. It goes over to the Ivern. I mean, it kills a kill for sure. But look at the gold. I mean, the gold is in favor of Oasis, but they're down 3 kills. So kind of a similar story again, where they're getting these CS advantages, but like they're not getting the kill. Like it doesn't even kills don't matter as much, right? When you get the CS. So
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing another catch here. Electric going to be the one in danger. Hero's entrance coming in to keep him alive. I think he's done a good job at that, but the teleport very deep. No Stormbringer for the Volibear, and this might just be one of the worst teleports I have seen this series. He TP's in just to die, but look, keep your eyes on Borgomus. He's doing such a good job at kiting back some of these frontliners. The Galio is deep. The taunt lands onto multiple people, but Borgomus still staying alive, but eventually goes down to the Maokai. Nice light binding onto Nyx Cat, and that should just be a dead Galio. And I think, Coachless Tyranny have found their footing back into this series, and they are starting to win out on these team fights.
oh yeah. I was gonna say.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, it wasn't too bad, and then they got another one, and then they got another one. So definitely lost out on that trade. Yeah, I think the teleport in, it was like, all right, everybody, like we have to try to make the best out of a poor situation, and and unfortunately that caused more devastation than if we just said, nah, screw it, let the Volibear,
Exactly.
Die for his sins right there.
It goes back to your point earlier, right? Of they make some sort of play without the Galio ultimate, and then they die. They made a play without the Volibear ultimate, and it's the same thing. They are repeating another play here in the mid lane, Nature's Grasp onto that Ashe, Menghao onto a killing spree. We were questioning the Lux, but he is making it work on this Lux player. What a series this player is having.
Yeah, I mean, the Lux is performing extremely well right now. We'll see if that can carry on into the mid and late game, because I do think that potentially won't carry over as much. But I mean, if they're hot on the champ, I mean that again means more than playing the right champ in the right situation. So
yeah.
I mean, this Maokai has 4 kills right now, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, didn't expect the Maokai to be this effective. We were kind of saying he might struggle in the laning phase, but I mean, Raising Walls, he's done such a good job in this game on the Maokai. Has lost the turret though, stepped very far forward. It's getting collapsed on by 3 people in a world of trouble. Somehow doesn't have a shutdown at 4-1. bit overkill with the Pop Blossom, but I understand. Probably just want to secure that as soon as you can, as Electric gets his second kill of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good that play was, but I mean, they got a kill. But I don't think the Maokai is really what you need to be going after. And I don't think he had a shutdown because the gold just literally swung in Coachless Tyranny's direction. The game is almost completely even. So.
Yep. And now that Herald goes down, it is very, very tight. The gold is up about 500 gold in it. Not too much, but I think there's one discussion point that we haven't really touched on is this Sivir. Downfall currently 2-2, but Sivir doesn't really spike at this current moment in time. And I think once we head towards the later game, that is where Sivir really starts popping off. And so I think they might want to start doing something about that before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. We go into another pause break. But really, yeah. Look, you want to look for these team fights, and you want the Volibear to be able to. Volibear and Nico can just blow Sivir up, can blow Lux up. Yeah. And then, I mean, you don't really have much more damage on the team once those two are taken out. I mean, Trundle does offer a good bit of damage with Subjugate and spread tanks and stuff, but if you get rid of the Lux, you get rid of the Sivir, I think it's GG pretty much.
Exactly. Yeah. They have great tools to do that as well. Yep. I'm kind of looking across the board. Probably want to get... Oh, hang on. I've just seen something that's caught my eye. Ash's build. I think you usually tend to see Yuntal into Runans into like Infinity Edge is the normal set of Ash. What do you think about the Kraken Slayer?
I don't think it's horrible. I think preferable is Yuntal, but I think they took it to help them through lane, probably.
Yeah, definitely makes sense.
Yep. They did opt for the lethal tempo, which is nice, rather than I think that's better than the press the attack.
I mean, it's definitely better this game with the amount of frontline he's got to get through. There's an Alistair, Trundle, Maokai. So
now is Ash building the Runan second then? I think that's.
I hope it's a Runans. There's a chance it goes Phantom Dancer, which would be sad because there's so many melee champions he's got to hit here that you almost like it's like game changing to not go Runans this game. So yeah, would expect the Runans to come out.
Yeah, I feel like that's most games. You're always gonna pretty much choose Runans.
I mean, Ash is one of those like space gliding champions, right? And usually you just want to build Runans on champs like that. You just get as much DPS out as possible. And I think Borborgmus, I'm watching his movement. He's got good movement on the Ash.
He does.
So yeah, definitely.
There's a couple things. There are a couple things, like I said, like I think the target selection in lane was not great, but they do show a lot of he does have really good. He was gliding pretty decently. That's for sure.
Yeah. Definitely has some good hands on him. Nixcat going forward. That Maokai is doing an absurd amount of damage. Wow.
Yeah. It's just unending despair, really, right? I don't even know. Does that thing have like a passive that does damage over time? Maybe I don't remember.
It gives the Maokai a lot more healing. We're looking at a 2-man play towards the Maokai here. This is a lot of investment to try and kill off a tank, and it's not one I'm sure that they want to be using as they are now getting collapsed on Pop Blossom. Didn't even go through, and that's a kill for Downfall.
And here's TP coming in late.
Some much needed gold. This TP this time around learned his lesson and just ran away instantly, as that definitely would have also been a casualty had he continued chasing. They get themselves the Herald. Doesn't finish off the turret though now, but Borgum is getting chased here by the Trundle. He pulls himself off as Daisy has to be summoned. And look who's found the flank. That's a headbutt pulverized down onto Hex and the hero's entrance. Hang on a minute, that Galio's half HP. I don't know if this was the play, as he is going to go down to Rocky. Flash over the wall, and the pillar is good. Hex now trapped and run down by Meng Hao as he goes onto a rampage. And Sorry,
That
what
was
on
sad.
earth were they doing there? What? They were in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, the Ash was overextended whenever they were. I don't know. I would have to watch it back because right. We had the TP in from the volley bearer. They had to run away from that fight. We had the Nico go down early, and then they're starting to run back down towards mid, and then mid has to run away as well. I don't know. That was crazy. That was
That's
very. I was kind of cringing inside because it's just they need to find that they want like a front to back fight.
Yes,
taking
exactly.
these really bizarre. They're trying to catch like Maokai on the side lane halfway up the lane. They're not going to kill him. He's tanky as hell. He's fed, and there's no reason to.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird, a little bit discoordinated as well from Oversoul Oasis. Shades of game 2, might I say, as harsh as that was, but it was just a little bit of a head scratcher fight. Like, you commit so much into the Maokai, no one dies. Then in the actual fight, you're just over chasing a Trundle who you're never gonna kill. Then Gallia ults in with half HP, then just dies straight away. It's a little weird. It's going to make this dragon fight very difficult. We're seeing a Nature's Grasp being channeled. Pop Blossom, very good. But look at that Lux burst with the final spark, just doing so much damage. It's a 1-for-1 for now as the Alistairs get traded. 1 kill for Borborgamus as well. But it just does look like the Sivir is starting to ramp up on the DPS. The Ashe is down, and so much of Oasis's damage no longer exists. And it's a double kill for Downfall Sivir. It's an ace at 19 minutes, and I think this grand finals may have a winner written in the stars.
It might. And look at, I mean, if you look at who was taken out on Coach's Tyranny, it's the Trundle, it's the Alistair. They're not targeting. They need to get on the Lux. They need to get on the Sivir, and they just aren't. They aren't acquiring the correct targets. And I know I said front to back, but still. They need to find the damage onto the Lux. Lux is super squishy. She could be one shot, and then that fight looks completely different.
Yeah, exactly. And the dragon gonna get taken here. I don't think it's gonna go contested, but Nixcat feels like he wants to enter the pit. They seem like they want to fight Electric going forward, but I think Coachless Tyranny are not taking any risks. They are just going to walk away with their earnings. But I mean, instead of chasing here, do they not just go top and push? I mean, Artican's going to get started up. It's a great objective to take, but
well, yeah, I don't mind this, but I think the chase, I think they're getting tilted again. I think that's what this is right here. But the Otacon is good for sure. That is a good play. Bot turret, good. They needed somebody to go mid. They need to push mid out.
Yeah, they really need to start getting through some of these turrets. I think, as you can see, Coachless Tyranny haven't gotten a turret yet this game. But with how many team fights that they have been winning consecutively, at some point they will start breaking through them. And so I think controlling the turret lead that you have is super important.
Yeah, I mean, and these fights are they if they can't find the Lux, I think they need to get a pick on the Lux. And the unfortunate thing is if this Maokai is going to waste their time like this top lane, or if he's going to flank them with the Nature's Grasp like that, these fights are going to be impossible. So yeah, they've been spending like it's basically like Maokai is like he's like baiting them really hard. Like this they're getting baited by the Maokai. Which is surprising because we thought the Maokai would have just not been like a great pick top, but it's like doing really well to bait out these like he's like pulling 3 people and he's not even at the turret. So
yeah, I mean I think they're just spending way too much time, kind of like you touched on, spending way too much time trying to kill this Maokai when it's like, imagine they invest these resources to kill the Lux or the Sivir. They're probably going to die, but on the Maokai, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is the Sivir and the Lux are doing exactly what they need to be doing. They're not, like, I don't really see them walking up lane. They're, They're always walking with the trundle. So they're not really giving any opportunities. But at the same time, then if you're Oversoul Oasis, you're just catching waves. Like you don't need to make any crazy plays. You just need to farm and look for an avenue. This is going to be mid tier 1 going down. Looks like that's about it there. We have Dragon and Baron coming up in about 2 minutes, and Volibear might get turret dove here. Yeah.
Yeah, I could get dove. I think the Galio is in range. Should be soon to actually the teleport doesn't come up for a while, so he's not actually going to be able to help here. I'm assuming they could either match this dive or try to just get something on the mid lane. You see Ivan arriving to the top part of the map, and they just kind of have to concede the turret anyway.
Make a decision here.
Yeah, they got to make the call, and in fact, they decide to do neither. They don't push mid or defend the turret, and so they just get nothing out of this.
Right, yeah, Ashe should be, like, if you're going to have your resources walk up to defend defend the turret and actually take the fight. Otherwise, ADC should be pushing out mid waves and moving, like pushing and moving, looking for jungle camps, looking for the tier 2 potentially, or just taking a reset, and you know what I mean. It is a tier 1 top. It's not the end of the world, but like
yeah, exactly.
It's like they didn't they wanted to defend it, but they didn't know if they should or not. Like I think that's all coordination, communication thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like it's about giving stuff up for free. I think in that situation, you didn't have to. Like they committed quite a lot to get that tier 1 turret, which is, I mean, pretty insane at 24 minutes into the game. You could have gotten a tier 2 in the mid lane. I think it was only Lux that was defending mid. You could have even potentially dove her with the Volibear. So, yeah, interesting decision, but understandably so. I think Oversoul Oasis are probably looking at the scoreboard and going like, let's not try to do too much right now. This game is pretty intense. This next Dragon, how do you think this fight will play out?
I mean, it's already not looking good here.
Well, Romeo just gets that headbutt pulverize onto Hex. Nice little taunt there from Nick's Cat to sway that engage away. Interesting use of the Alistar ultimate. I feel like he didn't really need to pop it then. Chance of Chrysaor now down onto the Alistar. Great stun. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will to cleanse away from any CC, but flashes away and does get out to safety. Rocky with a nice little pillar to slow people down.
You need to be careful here of the Nature's Grasp. That's for sure, because they could turn around and grasp them pretty hard. Looks like they might actually just give the Dragon, but Oasis wants to look for more, and so does Coachless Tyranny, actually. Just Alistar backing here.
Yeah, Alistar's backing, but there are Hex gates. He can get back into the fight pretty quickly. Maokai still has that ultimate available if he wants to use it. Big chug down onto Hex. The protective tool is down, but Borgamus still untouched in the fight. He is free hitting. So is Meng Hao. So is Downfall. There's a shutdown, though, picked up by the Volibear. The Alistar is not here. And members of Oversoul Oasis are flashing forward onto their opponents and so much damage. And they finally in this game win a team fight. They haven't done so in a long time.
Huge.
But on this potential some point, they do it.
Look at the bonus gold going over to the Galio, going over to the Ashe, going over to the Volibear. I mean, that is what they needed. The gold is basically even. The Dragons are even. This game is completely blown open by that, honestly.
Absolutely.
But I don't think the players know that. I don't think the players know how close the gold is, but the gold is basically even right now.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I mean, it's a tale of two coins. Of one team has been solid in the objectives, pushing turrets effectively. The other team getting kills, but it's like both teams on pretty much an equal footing here. It's again, we are like 500 gold between these two teams. I feel like we've been in this stage for God knows how long, as they're looking for another play onto the Maokai. Running Waters is up against 3 people. This is a strong push, but again, a lot of resources for a Maokai, and he just doesn't take much damage. Nature's Grasp is going to root everyone down in place. The Nico is rooted, and the fight is now breaking out. Redemption is going to heal back a lot of HP off that Volibear as Downfall has to run away, kiting back and not doing any more damage into the fight. Rocky is going to go down. So is the Alistair. Borborgamus picks one up, and the kill for Nick's Cat as well. This could just be a Baron take for Oversoul Oasis.
Did that not look horrible for Oasis there? I mean, that looked awful.
It looked awful, but I mean, you said this. The issue of the Lux is starting to appear. Like, it just doesn't have any DPS.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, Lux is almost kind of like Misfortune. It's kind of like the one pump chump. I mean, you go in, you hit you hit your ultimate, you hit your Q, and then what? Like, you know, if you can't burst them down after that first, I mean, they don't have any. They don't have the only constant DPS they really have is the Sivir. So if they get the Sivir, they get the Lux. I mean, it's GG basically. But yeah, that looked so bad. They did no damage to the Maokai, and then all of a sudden, health bars are just going down. And I think the unsung hero is the Ivern with these shields and heals, because that looked so doomed.
Exactly, and it goes back to that talking point, right? It was, you're picking Lux into all this shielding. It's really not their pick here. I'm telling you, a fight like that, if an Azir or a Victor was there, it is just a clean sweep, Baron, end the game. But here's the problem with Lux is, like you said, one jump pump. What is it? One pump chump. So
one pump chump.
One pump chump. Yeah, it's tricky for them to fight, and if Downfall is chunked out early in the fight like that, they can't play it.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, the Sivir just outs, I guess. You know, if they get chunked out.
Oh no, Hex getting caught out here though. Held off by Raining Walls, and so is Vanilla. This is not good. This is Barons being taken down. A lot of time wasted as well. Downfall is just going to spell shield away from the Pop Blossom, but nice little play here onto Meng Hao Borborgamus onto a killing spree, and so
I hope they don't get caught there. They need to walk up. They need to walk up towards the Galio here. Yep.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Yeah. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes it happens. You get caught in the jungle, whatever, and thankfully it was just the two, and it wasn't the whole team, because that happens a lot of times where, you know, one after another they'll lemming into the battle, and one after another they'll get taken out, but they just
God.
Yeah, they just stemmed the bleeding. They were able to get the Lux in alone mid, beautiful. So
okay, I want to ask you a question. So that image we just saw right there, how different is this game if this Trundle was top and the Maokai was jungle? Because there's been a lot of fighting. Sorry, it's like a phrase, but we just saw Trundle like basically one-shot the turret. And I'm just thinking, like, because of how much fighting there's been in this game, had that Trundle been in top, like, he's probably got an inhibitor by now in the side lane.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, though, is how much resources that Oasis has put to take out the Maokai, who was, like,
yeah, very true,
not even split pushing. So I feel like the same thing potentially would have happened if it was Trundle.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, hard to say, and it's a really good setup here for Oversoul Oasis, because you see that Volibear pushing through that top lane turret, whilst Coachless Tyranny have to contest this dragon. They send the Maokai to defend that one, and I think they're just going to give over the soul point here, conceding space, and back off from Viella, so might even send that Volibear to just TP into the fight. Dragon gets started up here, and I think it doesn't seem like there's much contest as Electric is going to spot them out. Pop Blossom looks good onto 2, followed up with a Hero's Entrance. Does so much damage. What a play from the Nico to set this up for the side of Oversoul Oasis. And it's a double kill for the Galio. It's going to follow up with a kill for Borborgamus as well as he goes onto a rampage. The Maokai late to the fight. Triple kill for a Galio. This could be a quadra. And Oversoul Oasis found themselves back in this game. Maokai's balanced, so picks one up for himself. Please don't live. Like, no offense. Like, what?
Did you see that healing off of that? That was crazy.
Yeah,
he's just like not killable.
Is he gonna kill him? Well, I mean,
This is just a wet noodle fight right here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a wet noodle fight. I think Nick's cat has come in here to just back up his jungler. I mean, all they got to do is just make sure he doesn't get the base off and just keep him occupied as inhibitor goes down in the mid lane.
We have everyone coming up though. They're all just gonna collapse on Raining Wolves.
Yeah, Raining Wolves probably going to go down.
That was a goofy arrow. I am sorry. What was that arrow?
Close your windows.
Totally unneeded. I mean, to be fair, it is like a 35-second cooldown, so by the time they base and get back on the map, yeah, sure.
Okay, I don't know if this was on purpose, but by delaying this kill, like, Coachless Tyranny are completely off tempo. They have to wait 40 seconds for their Maokai to come back into the game. So I don't know if it was on purpose, but if it was, that's like some high level macro.
I think it was not horrible, because again, like, now Trundle's able to get the red, able to push out waves, so it was a tempo sync for them, but it was also a tempo sync for Oasis.
Yeah, that is fair. I will say now, though, control over the Baron area is controlled by Oversoul Oasis as, wow, this is such a close game. For the first time, we're seeing the gold really sitting in the side of Oversoul Oasis. They are comfortably in the gold lead.
I think Tyranny gives Baron and pushes bot here.
Yeah, they have sent the Maokai down into bot side without teleport, so that is an indicator that they are giving over this objective. That should be the one.
Look, they're all sitting there looking like they want to try to contest.
Oh no. Downfall, you did this in the last objective, and he's just walking in once again. Electric, I think he started to realize that they are disrespecting his bush control, and it's another walk up to a unwarded bush, leading to a Nico Pop Blossom into a death.
Wow. I mean, I think this might be it, but this looks like a completely different team that we've seen.
It's a completely different team with a completely different setup. They're looking for the end of the game. The Galio is going to go forward with the taunt. That's a kill for Paborgamus as the Daisy is going to go down, and the Lux just does no damage. It's a double kill for the Ashe. Two people just have to retreat all the way to the base. As please, producer, cue up the Silver Stripes, because we are headed to a Game 5.
Wow. I mean, this is scripted, man. This I'm telling you. But yeah, I mean, they really good adapting for I think Oasis. I mean, they went with the super scaly, that wasn't working for them, so now they're going for this brawly fist fighty kind of comps, and it's definitely working for them.
I cannot believe we have been sent to Game 5. When you take into account how the first two games went, you are probably thinking, this is just a quick 3-0, see you later, enjoy your trophy. But no, they changed the game plan mid-series and is now currently 2-2. We head into this Game 5 so neck and neck. And I think it really comes down to the draft. I think draft was so important here. And I'm looking at this Lux pick. And I'm thinking, we said it in the draft, this Lux pick looks so out of place. And in the game, you could tell it was out of place.
I mean, it looked good early, but like I was saying, it's going to fall off. And also, I think they need to ban Ivern. Because the first two games, Hexes did not look good on Jarvan, did not look good on Poppy. So I think they really are shining on these supportive jungles. And I bet you their healing and shielding numbers are insane. I mean, look at their scoreline, 2-4 and 19 in a 35-40 minute game. That's really good.
Yeah,
that's really good. Yep.
Exactly. It's a bit of a silent killer. It's not obviously causing problems, but then when in these fights no one's dying, then you're like, oh, wow, that Ivan's just having so much value. But ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting Game 5 coming very, very soon. We will throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, it is the final game of this grand final.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, guys. I apologize. We are late into the draft. I was just banging my head to the silver scrapes that was playing, but we are finally in the draft. Game 5, do or die, now or never. And the Ash, what's the win rate of Ash this series? It must be something crazy.
I think it's 100% right now.
Must be.
I like the Varus pick. It will be awesome to see
Yeah.
Bogemus, whatever his name is, on the Varus.
Bogemus, I can't remember now.
It's been a long
Crap.
day.
Borgemus. I was close.
Bogemus. Yep.
Boogeyman.
I straight
did
up forgot his
ban-
name at
they
one
heard
point.
us. They heard us. They did ban the Ivern.
Oh, I do not like this.
I don't see
Listen.
the Thresh ban though. Where's the Thresh? I think we need Thresh
Ooh.
again.
Okay, I have a little bit of an issue with Lilia jungle. So, first of all, you're forcing AD mid, which is a little tricky to build a comp around, especially now that you've picked the Varus. And also, AP Lilia, like, Lilia's one of those junglers where you all kind of just say, screw everything. All of our eggs are going to go into the basket of our Lilia. We are going to play for the Lilia. He's going to carry the game. If you want to make a play and Lilia wants to farm camps, don't make the play. Just let the Lilia do whatever she wants. And if she wants to, if you guys want to do something that she doesn't, you can't do it. And I just think outside of the Ivan, Hex has looked a little rough. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
I just don't think this. I don't think carry junglers is the way to go. The Ivan worked so well as a facilitator. I'm not a fan of the carry jungler, and they've picked double AP now as well.
Yeah. On that note, can we get the poll going to want everybody in that is watching to vote to see who is going to be Season 3 champion of Merc Academy? Will it be Silver Scrapes Oasis, or will it be the tyranny that is coachless? We have gotten to this point after a 2-0 coachless tyranny. Yeah. And one thing heads up here. This guy is a Gwen OTP top.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Gwen OTP.
Yep. This is his main champ. Loves the Gwen. This actually might be a GG. Very good on the Gwen. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We will see. It takes more than one. It's a team game.
It is a team game. Top line's been a weird one, I feel like, this game. It's been very back and forth. Yeah, but I'm excited to see the Gwen. It's pretty good so far. I'm a little scared about how much AP. There's another AP damage dealer that Oasis are drafting here. Like, whatever they pick mid, it just has to be AD. And we are picking Orianna into it. My head is gone.
I mean,
No,
yeah, that's better.
No,
No, that's better.
Well, it's good for the comp,
It's better for the comp, yeah.
but I'm scared about the matchup because there's an AD mid laner that's going to be coming out here.
Oh,
And
wait,
Galio-
Galio top.
Galio plus Orianna does not do well into any AD mid laners. Almost.
So do we see like Garen mid? I don't know.
Oh my
Maybe
god, Garen
now.
mid goes hard. I'm not like.
Is it?
You know, I had to think, and I was like, actually, Garen mid goes crazy. No.
What is this?
Oh, God. Into a
Oh.
Galio? We're picking 4 APs into a Galio. Do my eyes deceive me?
Okay, but 1 second. Coachless Tyranny has like no damage.
Yeah, they're not going to take any damage because they're just going to buy 1 Merc Treads and everyone's a tank.
That is true.
Okay. Let's actually break this down because whilst it's just 4 stacked AP champions, it's not as simple as that. There's actually a lot of percentage damage here in these champions. I think Gwen and Lilia both can get through resistances pretty well. So can Cassio.
Yep.
The only thing I'm concerned with is Galio's build path right here will I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it. Galio's build path will decide the game. If he builds
gonna go
correctly.
AP.
Oh gosh, if he goes AP, I will just go to bed halfway through the game. Like, there's no point. I'm joking. It's like if this Galio can build correctly, can itemize efficiently against these champions, it is unplayable for Oasis. They won't have damage. Like I'm even thinking like you do kind of need to go out of the bubble of creativity here. Like Abyssal Mask, that one thing that comes to mind. Like you have an Orianna on your team. There's 4 APs on the enemy team. You buy this item, like what? It's just one. It's just like what are they gonna do? So I don't know. It's tricky. What do you think?
I think we're gonna need some really good Renata ults.
Yes.
I think that's the saving grace.
I mean, I think that's probably one thing I haven't touched on. Renata is a crazy good pick here. I think if we just ignore the fact that they have massively stacked AP damage, bear in mind Varus does AP damage as well in his kit, so
He is mixed damage though.
yeah, he is mixed damage, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's like I would say he's primarily physical damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then he does have like current health damage as well.
He will
so-
miss some damage on the blight stacks procs, but he should be fine anyway.
unless they decide to build him like lethality or something. Which I feel like they're gonna play on hit.
No. Yeah, he has to go on hit.
Yeah.
There's too many tags here. Yeah, the Renata is very, very effective. This is pretty much an all-in composition. Renata's like the queen of disengage, so I like the Renata pick.
Really good pick, yeah.
Yeah, and again, the Cassio, I'm not a big fan of stacking this much AP, but Cassio does a great job into Jarvan and Galio Alistair. You just stop there and engage. Great into Orianna as well, good pick. So, I don't know. They got to rush the Magic Pen very quickly. If they can do that, then I think they have a chance at winning.
Yeah, I think it's another timer kind of game because I think as the longer the game goes on, the more tanky the Galio gets, the more tanky the Alistair gets. That's just they're gonna be unkillable basically. But I think Oasis is pretty scary, like mid game. Before those items start really rolling through, I think that they're gonna win these team fights pretty hard.
Yeah.
Which is what they've wanted. So, yeah. And then having Zera Vaea on their Gwen OTP, I think that's gonna play into this game match too. So if I was a betting man, I would say that this is going to oversoul. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've mentioned a few times during this series how like comfort is just so important. Like, if you're good at your champion, it doesn't necessarily need to have the best comp around it. But if I was to analyze the comp, how do you feel when I say Gwen is the solo frontline? A little scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Okay.
See, the thing is it's another one of those situations where they have the Berserk, they have whatever that's called. I forget what the ability is called. The Renata Ultimate.
Hostile takeover.
So they have Hostile Takeover, right? They have Gwen Invulnerability. They have Lilia Sleepy Time, and they have a lot. They have a lot of tools to stop them in their tracks. But yeah, I don't know. How does Coachless Tyranny win this game? They just stack MR, right?
Yeah, they stack MR and it's a wombo combo, right? They do lack a bit of damage, but like all these champions can build MR items. Like Ashe can even go Wit's End if she really wants to, and like you do run that risk of Varus maybe just one-shotting everyone, but there are items like Unending Despair, which can give you some regen. Jackshow has both MR and armor in it, so and that's great on champions like Galio. So yeah, like I said, I am just slightly concerned with how much magic damage that Oasis have. But again, it comes down to correct itemization. Coachless Tyranny, if they buy the correct items, this shouldn't be close. But that is a tall order. We are game 5 into a very long drawn-out series. Grand finals, tensions are high. It's quite easy to kind of lose your focus and maybe forget that we should be buying certain items, because it's not traditional building. You are going to have to kind of dig deep into your understanding of the items and like kind of pickpocket some of these more niche items that you don't usually build, but just fantastic in this game. So we'll see if they can do that.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What's your prediction? Oh, you already said Oasis, right?
I think Oasis is gonna win it. But I think you have a solid point. I think I wouldn't know how to build into, like, I just think, oh, I need MR, but I feel like you have some specific items in mind.
Yeah, I think Abyssal Mask goes crazy. Like Merc Treads, not the highest value, because Merc Treads doesn't give that much magic resist. It is only really built for the tenacity. So if they get kind of baited by building MR, I think it's fine on Jarvan and Galio. But I hope Orianna sticks to regular mage boots.
Sword boots.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then there's things like Banshees for Orianna. There's Abyssal Mask for the Galio. There's Kanik Rukken for the Galio as well. And the Jarvan. I think Jarvan should be building both. Jackshow. Spirit Visage for someone. I don't know. There's so many AP items that can be built here to just stop what this team composition wants to do. I think there's one important factor in. We go back to this Lilia pick. Lilia is a very slow-paced jungler. These early games have been pretty high-paced. And if we go back to the games where Oasis have succeeded is when they're drafting a comp that can contest early fights. Lilia is not one of those champions that likes to hard play in early game. It is a farming jungler. You play for a spike, and then you play aggressive. So I'm just, based off what I've seen so far in this series,
True.
that has not been a
True.
good omen for this team.
Yeah, that is true. Like you said, because they have consistently wanted to play for these early objectives, and if that's, I know Lilia to be a farming jungler, so yeah, that could be a self-fulfilling prophecy type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna
What
have to be
about-
comfortable. They're gonna have to be comfortable waiting a little bit. Let them get give up the first dragon, give up the first grubs.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because as I say, MR is really important to stack. It's like they still need to farm up in order to buy these items. So there is going to be a little bit of a period where it's not that relevant. I just wish it, like, if Oasis had like a ganking jungler here, like I would say this is one of the
Like
bigger
Nocturne.
draft. Yeah, Nocturne Vi, something like that. Like this would have been like a really big draft gap, but I think because it's a farming jungler with like what engage do they have, right? It's a farming jungler. You have no engage. If the enemy team just decide to do nothing until they get the MR items, Oasis can't do anything themselves.
True.
Bro,
But I feel like they can walk into them. Like, let's say Coachless Tyranny starts, a dragon or whatever. I feel like they can walk into them and do well.
yes, I think in those positions they can. And obviously,
Or
if
like
Lilia
bush
gets
cheesing.
bush camping is good, which apparently is like the most OP strat in the world in this series. I mean, it all really comes down to execution. I just think,
Yep.
Coachless Tyranny's draft is very simple, but there's so many things here. It really depends on the Renata as well. Like the Renata, super important in this game. As
Renata's
we are,
just so crazy.
yeah, it's a crazy pick. As we are loaded into the Rift, it is Game 5, match point for both teams. No more second chances. Whoever wins this one goes on to become the champions. And, wow, it's an exciting one. We both are split on the desk on who's going to win this one. The predictions don't seem too split.
I don't know. I think more people need to put in their predictions because we have 5 people predicting. There's just more points, a lot more points. 2 people have currently predicted Coachless Tyranny and 3 Oversoul. So guys, if you wouldn't mind putting your predictions in, you can win some channel points, and there's some rewards to using your channel points, such as choosing an emote, modifying an emote. You can do ad time, things like that. Please don't play a lot of ads while the game's going, but after or during intermission. So put your predictions in, guys. There's a couple more.
I'm putting all my points for Coachless Tyranny.
I mean, they shot up to 8 voters to 4. So more people want Coachless Tyranny to win right now.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right, let's talk about some of the runes. So we're seeing a comet on this Oriana. Makes sense. Wouldn't have minded the phase rush against the Cassio, but I mean comet just to poke out the Cassiopeia in lane. Any other interesting runes? Press the attack back on the Ashe. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that was what Downfall chose when they played it last time, and it was Baborgamus that was using Lethal Tempo. So, looks like Downfall wants to prioritize the lane early training in lane. Looking for some early kills, maybe.
Whoa,
I don't
big
know.
damage down in the mid lane. Meng Hao is getting
First
solo
blood.
killed. It's going to be traded, sadly. And I hate the fact that they removed first blood because Nyx Cat should be favored
Rewarded.
in this trade. But instead, you're not. And it's an equal trade, which I think is silly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, use their flash to try to. I think they used their flash on the tail end of that too.
Yeah.
So, kind of unfortunate. But both mid laners, no summoners, 1-1, even.
Yeah, it's cool to see.
Yep.
I think it's really cool to mention how, like, usually in game 5s, you might find, like, players playing a lot safer than usual, but, I mean, based off this mid lane, these two are just going to keep going at it against each other.
That's what we like to see. That's definitely what we like to see. The aggression out of the Cassia was really cool.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup. Orianna has range advantage, but Cassia gets movement speed if you hit the Q, and you have more DPS. As top lane, big trade happening here. It seems like Running Wolves is getting the upper hand of it, but big Q coming out of the Gwen means a big trade. Another massive trade in the mid lane as well for Nyx Cat, as this is the most troublesome I have seen Meng Hao all series.
Yeah, I think the Cassia is kind of a comfort pick for Nyx Cat. I believe they played it series back, and they were looking really good on it. And I think it got a lot of bans in some of these earlier drafts. So seeing it come out now, looks like they got some of their really comfort picks out here. So definitely exciting to see.
Yeah, exciting to see, but we keep your eyes here on the bottom side because Rocky is standing
Yeah.
in the tribush. No vision either. He's using a lot of his time. Hex is just free farming on that Lilia. Rocky's still unmoved in that bush. Interestingly enough,
Yeah,
Coachless Tyranny,
they don't know.
Yeah, Coachless Tyranny not making it too obvious either, as they are starting to walk up for some farm. Gonna activate a trade. They have
gonna
no
walk out now.
ideas. Rocky is starting to make his move. Flash already burned onto his electric, but Borgum is standing strong and holding his ground. Misses out on that Q. Mid lane Nyx Cat also getting traded on as well. So an intense
That was
little
huge
5
for
game.
Oasis. That was
massive.
actually really big. Yeah, because Jarvan loses a lot there.
Yeah, he lost
A
a lot
lot.
of time. Look at the CS lead in the jungle. It's huge right now.
Well, this is what happened last game. Almost the exact same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Rocky's going for the ganks. Hex goes
Yeah.
for the farm. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is Rocky. I feel like he hangs around way too long, like way too long. Got to call it off as soon as. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I'm not a jungler, so I don't know
Whoa,
necessarily.
whoa,
Yeah,
okay.
Maya is really low.
Yeah, need to
ultimate
work
coming
happening on
out
the
from both
top
sides.
side. Good taunt. Misses that last stack of the needlework, and I think both of them are going to survive. But early doors. I mean, a lot of hype being thrown towards this Gwen, but Running Wolves has done a great job in the top lane.
You know, it would have been interesting to see the Renata come top and Gwen
Those are-
stay. Because
Yeah,
I think they could have made a play there, but instead, you know, she's just gonna miss the Gwen's just gonna miss this experience, these minions, unfortunately. But it looks like I'm wondering what this Renata's doing. Getting some really deep vision.
yeah. Also, I've realized I've been calling him Running Wolves this whole time because his name is blocked off by the overlay. It's actually raining.
Yeah.
Wolves. That's crazy. Hey, it's like good shockwave onto his electric underneath that turret, but there's a lot of damage coming out of this Cassiopeia. Probably just going to run down main.
Wow.
Great hero's entrance, though, from Raining Wolves, as he keeps his mid laner alive.
I love Frost Rune on Alley here. Green Tree overrated lately.
Oh, wait, hang on. We're seeing a fight towards Lilia. Yo, Lilia does not want to fight early doors. We see how weak she can be, but someone who isn't weak is Borgamus on the Varus. Rocky is now in danger. Flag and drag towards the turret. The E didn't tag onto the Jarvan. Does have that bailout and he's going to... Oh no! He got the kill before the bailout. And Downfall actually trades positively because the kill went over to the Renata.
Wow. Did he? I guess just cooldowns. I thought Varus for sure was gonna Q Jarvan there.
Yeah, I think he missed the. I mean, he missed the E on the blight. So Varus,
Yep,
if you
on
proc
stacks.
blight stacks, you get resets on your other abilities. So
Yep.
I think missing that E there was crucial.
Spicy commenting, Galio is such a fun champ. Yes, nice. CLT fighting, sequencing, folks. We are definitely seeing a lot of fighting coming out of both these teams. A lot of spicy mid lane action and bot lane action so far, and even a little bit in the top lane too. Generally pretty even top. Casio has a solid CS, a little bit of a solid CS lead against the Orianna. Borgamus is down the kill, but up on some CS on the Ashe. And we have a caught.
Yeah, it's Electric getting caught out here. Bailout not going to do enough as it's feats of warfare. But Borgamus winning the
Solo
1v1
build.
on the bottom side. Solo bolo indeed. But it should be grubs for Coachless Tyranny. It's such a close game.
Oh yeah. Honestly, the support going, but Varus getting a solo bolo, I think is better. So
Absolutely. I'm a little critical. I'm going to be a little critical here. I have no idea why, as an Ashe, you are trying to 1v1 a Varus. Like, that's that's never going to happen. Kind of situation.
yeah, I don't know.
It's more like a why. Like, why would you ever do that kind of thing? You know, like
It could be some
Until?
exhaustion
Frustration?
coming
Yeah.
in. So yeah.
oh, flash forward here from Nyx Cat. A lot of damage down. Shockwave is good. Oh, flash away from that last prop
Beautiful,
of the
though.
poison. Yeah,
That's
Beautiful
fine.
stuff.
We take those. Orianna does have TP though, so not as big of a punish as it could be.
yeah, it could
We
be a
have
big
Hexes
punish
coming
here.
up here.
Top lane Hex on the Lilia. Great Torn dodged away though by this Gwen. Lilting Lullaby. It's so much damage. Beautiful flash to dodge away from the damage of the Cataclysm. No passive out of the Galio, but now Hex is in danger. Nice Q from Raining Wolves. And it is a 2v2 play happening in the top side. And talk about this Lilia. I don't want to be fighting early game because you just don't do much damage. And in that 2v2 showed why.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, Lilia instigated that fight by being there
Yeah.
whenever Gwen was not really in the position to fight. Gwen was chunked down, so really should have just looked to maybe bail the Gwen out. But
Oh, Chain of Corruption down on the bottom
Massive.
side. Nice little headbutt there from Romeo to try and keep Downfall alive. Level 6 available for the... Oh my
Wow.
god, he didn't even use it. And Chance Crystal Arrow used by Downfall as well. Not enough to keep his support alive.
Orm is looking really good here on the Varus. I will say that.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the Varus to come out this series. It's such an OP pick in the meta right now. It's taken a while, but I mean, if there's one game you want it, it's in that game 5, and it's like, look at it. It's so far ahead. It's 2 kills up, 97 CS to 70. It's gonna be the carry of this game.
I would love to see it. Yeah, Varus is just. I love on hit Varus. It looks fun. It feels fun. Oh, what we got going on here?
Yeah, it's
Just a
low
little-
invade. I think Rocky got the red anyway, so yeah, little goofy stuff.
I want to see this Gwen pop off. I think they just like they scale up and do the whole split push thing. I think, but
Yeah, at some point the Gwen should be able to kill Galio. But again, itemization
Either.
is important. Look at Galio's inventory already, stacking the magic resist,
Right.
and that is, I'm assuming, what is making these trades easy. Rocky going for a gank in the bottom side, Chain of Corruption landing onto the Ashe. That's a really nice hostile takeover. Hex is here. That's Cataclysm down into the Varus. Lilting Lullaby is going to sleep that Jarvan away. Romeo tanks up so much damage and knock up onto Buborgari, as I don't think there's enough damage from the blue team coming out. Buborgamus goes onto a killing spree as a 3v3 being won by Oasis in the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, Varus is just sitting there, free hitting onto the Alistair. It takes a little while, but eventually breaks through, and that fight quickly turns pretty sour for Coachless Tyranny, and Oversoul Oasis is getting another dragon here, and has a little bit of a nice gold lead here.
Yeah, they're looking good in this game, I have to say. Very positive early game that they've played so far. I was a little hesitant on how they would play with the Lilia, but they've made me eat my words completely, and it's played a fantastic early game. Downfall, that pathing is making me scratch my head, and it's another solo kill. And again, it's like, could we not have just walked around? Was that so difficult? Instead, he takes the risky route, and it's two solo kills. How often do you see that in AD carry?
No, not often at all. I would probably say that this is just this probably is tilt / exhaustion for sure. Yeah, it's really unfortunate because the Varus is strong. You gotta respect it. He's just not giving it any respect right now.
Yeah, especially with lethal tempo Varus, like it's one of the strongest duelists out of any of the AD carries. Yeah, it just does so much damage, and
I mean, he's sitting there with a completed Kraken Slayer, and Ashe didn't even have. I don't think Ashe even had the BF sword at that time. So I mean, you just said nothing.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rough one for Downfall. He's having a tough game, especially in game 5. But I think there's definitely some positives. The Orianna's in a decent spot in the game. Galio's in a fantastic position. So topside doing well. The good thing about Ashe is you can always be useful with utility, and this is a really nice setup. Buborgamus is going to trade this one back with the ultimate. Nice headbutt there from Romeo, and this should just be a dead Varus. 300 gold shutdown to be picked up here, and they give it over to the Jarvan. That's a lot of gold that's been just picked up by Coachless Tyranny.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think putting that gold in Jarvan's pocket's necessarily bad, but they could have given it to Ashe there. Yeah.
Yeah, big shutdown. I mean, they do trade it with the Rift Herald, which is great for the champions over Sol Oasis. But see if Ashe pushes through that bot lane turret. What Coachless Tyranny can do is set up for another repeat gank onto that Varus behind this turret, which I think they're doing right now.
Wow. Oh man, I feel bad for this Varus. We do have
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we
Good
do have some
TP.
tools here. Yep. Hostile takeover could be pretty massive here, potentially.
Oh no, I do not agree with this fight. Rocky goes in with the flag and drag. Nice headbutt to knock him away. Oh my god, there's a TP in bot lane. There's a play happening in top lane. This game is chaos.
Yeah, this is definitely some unconventional fighting there. I don't know why Cass TP'd down there. It was
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
they are making a nice play mid here, though. I like this a lot.
This is good, but Cataclysm down into the bottom side. Really nice combo with the shockwave as well. Big chunk of damage down onto this Varus, and the bailout not enough. Meng Hao gets his second kill of the game, and I think Coachless Tyranny have started to find their footing with the combination. Alistair's going to get the stun off. It's a double kill for the Orianna, but nice trade here for Oversoul Oasis because they get 2 turrets in the mid lane.
Yeah. I would say that's about an even trade.
Ooh, yeah, we'll have to see how this fight plays out. That's a two-man stun off the Casio ultimate. Needlework not finding that last proc onto the Jarvan, and they actually both get away. There's a nice petrifying gauge, but in the end, no casualties will drop, and they get a free turret in the bot lane.
Ew.
Wow.
Pretty big damage coming out of the Gwen and the Casio there. So they're looking pretty strong.
Massive damage. And, well, I'm now seeing the items being built up. Some magic resist coming in for the Jarvan now. Magic resist coming in for the Alistar. I believe that is a locket that he is working on. And, like I said, there's going to be this period here where the MR items aren't completed yet, and in which Oversoul Oasis will be fine with the amount of AP damage they do have, but I think at some point it's look rough. And do you remember when I said itemization is important?
Yeah.
I think Oversoul Oasis. Oversoul Oasis are pretty happy with what's going on. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't really know what the horn is. Is Galio buying Riftmaker?
He has Hollow Radiance, right? And then probably Riftmaker, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I just think Kaenic Rook in here goes wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what, you have Eclipse on Jarvan, but I don't know what he's building second. Is he building a Hollow Radiance?
Could be. We'll have to see. There actually is a crazy fight happening here. And the Dragon, the Shockwave, doesn't pull in as many members as they can. Viella gets a kill on the top lane as well, as it's all crumbling for Coachless Tyranny. A double kill for this Varus. And again,
takeover was looking great.
Oh no, their heads have gone. Look at the chat. He's tied to fucking BSXD.
Who?
The game chat.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the stream. Fucking
no.
yes.
Oh, his head's gone.
This is game 5. You gotta sober up, my guy. It's game 5. This is no time for crying in chat.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
this is serious business.
Okay, the reason why I said itemization is important is because it's so vital for these players to just stack MR. There's so much. That's all their damage. All their damage is MR, and we're now building towards this. Galio's second item is an AP damage item, which I'm a little confused.
What did I say? I mean, didn't I say that in draft that he's gonna build AP?
You actually did, and it's a little unfortunate. I'm like, why?
No, I mean, I agree with you. It feels so suffocating.
Yeah.
Like you play we've all had those solo queue games where everyone goes one damage type, and then nobody can do any damage because they just itemize against you. It's the same exact thing.
Yeah, exactly. And we see that kill onto Romeo as well. I'm starting to feel like my faith in Coachless Tyranny was misplaced because, like I said, it was all dependent on the itemization. And no MR on the Orianna. There's one MR item on the Jarvan. There's one MR item on the Galio. That's the craziest thing to me. Okay, we're looking for a play onto the Casio here. Nyx Cat should be going down. Give the shutdown over to the Jarvan. Yep. Not the best target, but it's a good play. Give over the Artican. Yeah. I don't know how much this can do.
Their most fed member was the Galio and wasn't really in much of these fights anyway. So maybe getting the Galio in the fight could make a difference.
Yeah, it could be. Looking for a play onto Viella here. All the needlework stacks are gone. And, well, this is a really nice pickup. They make that catch onto the Casio, and it's another shutdown picked up this time by Meng Hao. So, give up Articard, but you make two good plays in response.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they did the best they could in that. I think both teams are doing the best they can in this situation.
Yeah, taunt down into the bottom side, and Chancellor Crystal not going to find its target as Raining Wolves just gets shredded through by the Varus, and wow. Like Galio's not as tanky as I want him to be. If I'm being honest.
No, he did last. I mean, he did. He was alive for a little bit, but
He should be immortal this game. Like, do you know what I mean?
is there
Like-
an like a QSS angle too? Stop you from like going to sleep. Stop you from getting berserked.
Probably not. Maybe on Ash, I would say, but
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know on
Cleanse.
Galio. Yeah,
Cleanse on Ash, maybe.
yeah.
I think Cleanse is good in the Varus. Yeah,
Cleanse is very good in Tavares.
yeah. I don't
Um,
think Barrier's gonna help you here.
No, no.
Not much.
Yeah.
Is Kraken Runans a build on Varus?
Not
Yeah.
really.
I think it's good. I think Bork is trash right now.
Yeah, Bork is not the best item. And I think in a game like this, going a build where you can build Runans is very good. But we're looking at a play towards topside. Menghao getting jumped on by this Cassio. Shockwave being used. And now Nyx Cat. Ooh, this is a very precarious situation for the Cassio. Gonna get killed in the side lane. Another death for this Cassiopeia. And, okay, Hero's Entrance going to be used in the mid lane to protect this Alistar. Borgman having to flash defensively. This could be a trade kill. The Alistar flashes defensively as everyone is dropping to low health bars, but no one quite dying. Rocky going onto a killing spree. And Oversoul Oasis, their momentum is going to get stopped here with 2 deaths, 1 in top and 1 in mid lane.
Wow, they're just getting picked off. Like, randomly getting picked off here is not looking good for them. That's for sure. They do still have a pretty big gold lead, though.
Oh no, Galio's buying more AP.
I told you.
No! Why? It terrifies me. Okay, Dragon being started up here. Don't think this should be contested. Mayhao gets tagged with the bowling ball. They jump over and they steal away the soul. And it looks like a fight is going to break out. Shockwave is big as well. Flag and drag looks good. In comes the Galio. But no one is tanky enough because no one is building magic resist. Everyone is refusing to stack the one resistance against the only damage type that the opposition have. It's a triple kill for the Varus. As 17 kills to 12, they find themselves in a very comfortable lead after an ace.
That fight is why Runan's second here was good on Varus. Because he was just doing massive damage to their whole team, able to get blight stacks. However, you could also go Kraken into Rageblade as well.
I know a build where people just build Rageblade first and then they complete the rest of the items afterwards.
Yeah, what is it? I think Rageblade into Runans.
Yeah, Rageblade Runans.
Yeah.
They do Rageblade Runans, Terminus, and then Jackshow. Yeah. Classic Varus build. Alright. Let's look at this game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at Galio building Zhonya's. Why is he building Zhonya's?
He didn't listen to us when we were casting.
Oh god. You know, I have to emphasize my point, and I hope I'm not being too... okay, yeah, he's just gonna get one shot, because he's got no MR, and Borgomus is gonna go godlike. Cataclysm, nice shockwave combo, but it just doesn't do enough. As he said, there's not enough damage. Borgmus is going to go down. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have found ourselves a champion, the winner of this league. They're going to make this last push into the base. It's only the Jarvan alive. This could be the end of the series.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything that Coach's Tyranny can do at this point. They are knocking on the door. We're going to see mid inhibitor, bottom. I think all the turrets and all the inhibitors are going down right now. And Baron minions. They might have one last Hail Mary.
Yeah, they could do, but I mean, all these fights have looked so one-sided.
Yep.
I'm
surprised Oversoul Oasis didn't just finished there. I think they could have. I think they could have ended there.
I think,
Um,
yeah, they probably just don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
yeah, but honestly, waiting could be bad too.
It could be, but listen,
It's
like I
pretty-
said,
yeah.
itemization wins or loses the game.
That's like the learning for this season. I think that's like the you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And if anybody to take anything away here, when you're going into 4 AP / a mixed AP ADC, don't build not tanky for Galio.
Yep. Yeah, he kind of went one tank item into full AP. I'm a little question mark on that one. Jarvan's first MR item was a Spirit Visage, which...
Would you say Abyssal Mask?
Yeah, I wanted Abyssal Mask. I wanted Kanik Rookin as well. They're looking for a combo here. It's only going to land onto the Renata. Yeah, here's entrance coming through. Hostile takeover is massive from this Renata as it just tags onto everyone. But Borgamus is going to finish off Raining Wolves, and the rest of Coachless Tyranny drop like flies. Oversoul Oasis sit on the throne, claim your crown. You are the champions of this league, as they finish a reverse sweep in the 5th game of this series.
Wow. Amazing. You love to see that. The turn, the silver scrapes, the reverse sweep. That is good stuff. GG's, everyone. GG's. Now, I do think that I think we need to bring Moby back in here. He's supposed to be doing interviews.
Yeah, would be cool to hear from the rest of the team. But wow, what a series all the way to the end. And I'm not gonna lie,
Look at the Varus damage.
Yeah, look at the Varus damage. That's insane. But then this Varus damage, right? You ask yourself, those 2 solo deaths from Downfall, why? You know, he
Yeah.
Not to be overly critical, but you might look back at this game and be like, why did I try to 1v1 that Varus? Why did I give him the lead for him to snowball in this game, you know? In a game 5 as well, it's an unfortunate situation, but I think in close and clutch series like this, you just can't afford to make those kind of mistakes.
Listen, too. I mean, you think about it this way, too. You're playing a best of 5. Your team wins the first two games. You think, oh, we got this in the bag. And then the team comes back, wins 2 in a row, and has all the momentum coming into this game. It's late as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Oversoul Oasis has all the momentum in the world, riding the highs of the past 2 games. Coach's Tyranny, they're probably like...
Yeah, they're probably pretty frustrated. Like,
yeah.
It's a rough... I mean, this is the emotional turmoil that a best of 5 series can have on you, right? You win those first 2 games, you're feeling great. Suddenly you lose that one, you're like, oh, it's fine. Then you lose another, then you're like, what the hell is going on? And then you've lost the series. It is so rough on you. And it's like, I mean, this is the beauty of League. It's like, there is that mental aspect to it, which is super important in competitive play. And I mean, props to both teams. They came in, they gave us such a fantastic series. It was so close all the way to the end, but sadly, has to be a winner, has to be a loser. And I mean, massive props to the winners because they put such a good performance to get the reverse sweep.
Yeah, that was a really good time. Really, such a good way to wrap up a season for sure. Yeah, I did not expect that at all. So really cool. My body wanted sleep, but my heart is here for it. So
Hell yeah. That was great. I'm guessing we throw it to a short break whilst someone preps some interviews. Is that correct? Yes, sounds good. All right. Don't go anywhere.
Perfect.
We'll be back very soon. Welcome back to our post-game interview. We have the superstar top laner of the championship winning team. Welcome to the stream. How do you feel after your great reverse sweep victory?
I feel great, and I would like that. I think the whole team feels great.
Yeah, I want to ask a question just straight off the bat.
All right.
Game two, it was rough. It was a little bit of a one-sided affair. What is the vibe in the camp? How did you guys turn that around into a reverse sweep?
So our coach came back into our voice call, and he said, "It's rough. We're going to start with a clean slate." He went from support to top lane and said, "What do you want to play this next game? What is your most comfortable pick if you had to blind this in solo queue?" And that is exactly what every single person played for game 3.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is really, really cool to hear. I'll let Sorry ask the next question.
Oh, yeah. I was kind of just vibing off that same thing. It seemed like you guys, the first 2 games, had this really scaly comp idea, and then it seemed like you really just wanted to like do this brawly, fist fighty kind of comps. So yeah, I was just vibing off that. I don't know. What do you think? How do you think getting Game 5, the Gwen? How was that? I think that it was probably a pretty good feeling there.
We saw first 3 bans, and immediately, like 3 people in the call just said R3 Gwen, and it wasn't even out of my own mouth. Immediately, we knew what we were going to draft for.
That's
awesome. I love the confidence. I mean, I don't know too much about the scene, but what's next for everyone? Are you going to stay together and keep playing, or
so we're actually already signed up for Titan. We're actually playing in Berserker, so that's the E4 Cap Thursday league.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hex won't be staying with us, unfortunately. He wants to stay. He has another team he plays on. He's got friends he wants to stay with. We respect him fully for it. But Berserker is going to be next for us, which actually starts next week.
Wow. I mean, best of luck to you. I mean, that's a great way to sign off in this tournament as you continue your journey together as a team. And, well, Sorry, do you have any last questions for him?
I feel like there's a lot we could talk about, but it is super late. So, if you want to do any shout outs to your teammates, your coach, and whatnot, and then we can wrap this up so we can all head to bed.
First off, shout out to our coach Swifty. Came in, reset the mental. Shout out to Shay as well, another one of our coaches. He also helped us reset the mental. He actually gave our Game 3 pep talk before the game actually started. Cool guy. And shout out to Nick Zavia to shout for on, honestly. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. Congratulations to you and the rest of the team. Please enjoy yourselves. Please celebrate together. And well done on your victory. All right. Well, that's the end of the stream. Want to thank Sorry for joining me on the cast. Thank you for the lovely production in the background. Sadly, you cannot hear beautiful voice. He does have a beautiful voice. Thank you all for watching and have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.